and provides livelihood to about 43% of the population in the country. And this basin is also source of very precious important water resources so far as India is concerned. And therefore this program of rejuvenation of river Ganga and its tributaries on the basin scale, which is in fact an integrated conservation mission, uh, we started this program 5 years back, and through this series of India Water Impact Summit, we have been trying to address the technological concerns as well as looking at various innovations which are happening across the globe, so as to ensure that they can suitably be amalgamated in various technical interventions in the country in this program. So far as Japan is concerned, in fact, Japan and India, particularly in subject of sanitation, sustainable development goals, already has one MOU with the Ministry of Environment, Indian Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and we have embarked on a path of having another memorandum of understanding with Japan Ministry of Infrastructure, and which also deals with sanitation and decentralized treatment of wastewater. And most of the prerequisites of signing government to government MOU has been done through, and this MOU is going to be signed shortly. In fact, this MOU is very important in a sense that during deliberations with Japan, we learned that so far as Japan is concerned, about 10 to 15% of the entire sewage problem in the country is being addressed through a decentralized manner, and that is quite appreciable, that is quite remarkable also. And their own Ministry of Environment has through Jokasu decentralized sewage treatment facilities, which is a modular based sewage treatment plants, which works on simply on a plug and play kind of an approach. Large proportion of the this polluted water from the municipalities is being addressed through these Jokasu decentralized sewage treatment plants. And the USP of this decentralized treatment system was that the water, that is the treated water, is rendered fit for reuse also in the decentralized manner, so that it doesn't add up to the volume of the water at the end of the pipe. And therefore we appreciated that concern. At government level, we are signing this MOU with government of Japan for propagating as well as for adopting on case-to-case basis this technology in Indian context also. And this adoption is this technology certainly will not be left only in the Ganga basin, but will also be replicated in pan-India context, because technology remains agnostic in terms of space. So, and then quite a appreciable capacity building program through continuous interactions between both the countries has also been planned. So we look forth, and probably somewhere in early next year we will be in a position to sign an MOU, and that will also kickstart our journey for decentralized sewage treatment plants in the system. At our own end, we have been conceptualizing and grounding projects which are bigger projects in terms of sewerage infrastructure and various other initiatives. Besides, there have been few other activities we have been taking with the Japanese government on technology front. In fact, one company, Shodai company, they were working on multiple fermentation technology, and it is something which is quite innovative and quite something out of book. And certain selective subject sewage treatment plants which are dysfunctional, which are not functioning properly, this technology is also being proposed to be utilized in context. So these were some areas of cooperation, mutual cooperation with Japan, in which the cutting edge technologies in handling the municipal sewage as well as certain amount of industrial pollution is also looked into. And this journey is going to be very interesting. I hope many of these things will be deliberated during the course of today's discussions, and I'll like to end here, and we can carry with the discussions subsequently. Mr. Sanmit, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mathuria, for those opening remarks, setting the context of all that's been happening with the various agencies from Japan and between the Indian government and different departments. May I now invite a Honorable High Commissioner, Ambassador of India to Japan, Mr. Verma. Thank you, sir, for taking out the time from your busy schedule. Could we have your remarks and address on how you see Japan-India relationship developing around the environment and sustainability sector, sir? Welcome, and over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and good morning wherever you are. I'm delighted to be a part of the 6th India Water Impact Summit that is being organized by the Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India, the National Mission for Clean Ganga, and Sea Ganga of IIT Kanpur, consortium of India's premier research and technical institutions. This summit brings together national and international stakeholders to deliberate on critical issues in the water sector and to evolve multidisciplinary solutions. We just heard Mr. Mathuria regarding technology. For a developing country like India, we also need to consider cost of technology. And therefore, what we would rather look at this point of time is appropriate technology which could be used in cost-effective manner in a developing country like India. Many of these technologies could also be innovated in India given the historical technological perspective of Japan in water, finding solutions for water conservation as well as to provide water to the urban areas. Far from being a niche concern, water is critical to our well-being, a key growth driver, and a central pillar in the agenda for sustainable development. Today, the challenge of water security is global and it is growing. OECD estimates that by 2050, over 40% of the global population will live under severe water stress. Climate change only adds more uncertainty about water availability and demand. Therefore, the growing importance of water resource management cannot be understood in its totality. Today, more than 30% of people of India live in cities, and the urban population have shown a steady rise. In this context, it is very pertinent that we are discussing cooperation in urban water management. India, through its smart cities and Swachh Bharat initiatives, has shown commitment to the development of urban water management infrastructure. It is ready to work with like-minded partners such as Japan to evolve solutions to pertinent problems such as stable supply of drinking water, wastewater management, and increasing water use efficiency. Friends, India and Japan have a spatial, strategic, and global partnership cooperating across the spectrum of domains. India-Japan water resource management is a critical part of this cooperation. Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, has been making valuable contributions in various areas such as water supply projects, sewage treatment, groundwater treatment, and rainwater harvesting through yen loans and technical assistance under the Overseas Development Assistance programs. Till date, JICA has provided more than 752 billion yen, or over 46,000 crores of rupees worth of ODA loans to India for water and sanitation programs. India and Japan have also signed a memorandum of cooperation in the field of water resources in the year 2019. The MOC envisages cooperation in areas of mutual interest, such as integrated water resources management, including river basin management, collaboration in the field of use of more modern technology and scientific knowledge for efficient use of water, developing appropriate decision support system, flood management and forecasting, promoting water management, cooperation in water quality issues, water cycle management through innovative concession arrangements, capacity building, including science and technology development, and improving water use efficiency. Japan has seen success in evolving methods of water resource management. When Japan started to construct modern water supply systems, it faced vast challenges with regard to expansion of service coverage and improvement to service quality, problems faced by most developing countries. However, Japan overcame these challenges with the help of proactive efforts, including the introduction of overseas technology, and achieved the objective of nationwide coverage of safe water supply. This was made possible by improving legal system, securing financial resources, constructing facilities, and developing a skilled workforce. Japan's experiences and best practices are very useful for India that accords high priority to the achievement of sustainable development goals on sustainable management of water supply. Investment in capital infrastructure is crucial to the development of nationwide water supply system. The main funding instrument for the development of water supply in urban areas was long-term municipal bonds issued by local governments. The national government allowed the issue of bonds based on the utilities' financial conditions and purchased 80 to 90% of the municipal bonds using public funds from public financial institutions and pension funds. Concurrently, efforts were made in human resource development and the establishment of technical standards. Today, water and sanitation is a crucial component of the national infrastructure pipeline in India, and investments will be made in the coming years in both these domains. India's human resource potential is its greatest strength. With the right capacity building initiatives, young talent at premier institutes of the country can contribute significantly to the water resource management initiative in the future as well. Securing water resources was another important aspect in water management in Japan. Concurrently, in Japan, 70% of water resources are surface water and 30% is groundwater. This was the result of a sustained effort to promote surface water. Many water utilities in urban areas receive water from downstream areas to meet increasing water demand. To address the issue of contamination from household and industries, Japanese utilities have invested in rapid sand filtration systems and continue to invest in advanced treatment methods such as ozonation and activated carbon treatment. India-Japan Science and Technology Partnership offers many examples of technology cooperation between our two nations, including in the area of water resource management. Japan has been a pioneer in the field of facility management. To provide a stable, continuous water supply, focus tends to be on construction of facilities. Operation and maintenance are neglected. To address these issues, the national government in Japan and water utilities work closely together to enhance the operation and maintenance of facilities to prevent drinking water contamination caused by cracked pipes and spreading of waterborne diseases. Japanese utilities have worked with the maxim that preventive maintenance is most efficient for facility management. Its implementation requires scheduled testing, well-organized records, and information sharing. As a result of these efforts, Average leakage rate in Japan's water supply is 4.7% down from a 70 to 80% in last 6 decades. The evolution of water management in Japan, especially in the urban areas, is an important lesson for us in India, our utilities, and of course our policymakers and functionaries. Apart from the deployment of technology, the meticulous planning, legal framework development, and management of equipment or utilities that Japan has evolved will be important to imbibe and implement in our own system, which is growing by leaps and bounds. Human resource development, both in India and through exchanges with Japan, can help in the flow of information and practices between our two countries. To facilitate such exchanges, the India-Japan Memorandum of Cooperation on Water Resources provides for the establishment of joint working group mechanism. The joint working group will have equal number of members from India and Japan and will explore investment of public and private sectors and knowledge institutions from both the countries. In addition, another memorandum of cooperation in the field of decentralized wastewater management is under discussion between India and Japan, which was referenced by Mr. Mathuria a little while ago. Through this mechanism, Japan will promote its decentralized water waste treatment technology, Johatsu, which was referred by Mr. Mathuria a little while ago again. Johatsu translates to purification tanks in Japanese. The system is designed for treating the domestic wastewater of individual houses or one to several buildings in a decentralized manner and are generally divided into small scale jokasu and medium or large scale jokasu. These systems will be useful in the rural water management in our own context as well. In addition to these initiatives, Japanese companies can play a significant role in India. Some of them are already there. Moving forward, I would encourage Japanese companies to look at sustainable transport systems, urban water design, and renewable energy, particularly hydrogen as areas where there can be significant synergy between our two nations. This will also safeguard from a decline in the climate conditions globally. The Gange Hydrogen Forum that was launched yesterday offers a great platform for Japanese companies to participate in India's hydrogen economy. I encourage NMCG and C Ganga to encourage more Japanese companies to create a pathway for them to enter the Indian market. Embassy, as always, would always be willing to facilitate them in any possible way required. Friends, the year 2022 is a landmark year as India and Japan celebrate the 70th anniversary of establishment of diplomatic relationship. As we mark this important milestone, leadership of both countries at the highest level have agreed to elevate the Japan-India spatial strategic and global partnership to even greater heights. In this context, the role of people-to-people exchanges to bring our two countries closer cannot be overstated. We should work towards developing understanding between each other across sectors and synergize the complementarities that exist between the two ecosystems. Today's special session on India-Japan cooperation is a very good example of a platform to bring diverse viewpoints together to enhance our cooperation in water management. This year's Water Impact Summit has been a tremendous success, and I wish all the participants and the organizers a very successful event and hope that deliberations can bring about some concrete ways to address the critical issue of water sector. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening to me. Namaskar, arigato gozaimasu.
Master Verma, Your Excellency, thank you so much for taking us through the depth of the Indo-Japanese relationships, which are highly, very, very multifaceted. You mentioned on, of course, environment and sustainability is at the heart of it, but science, technology, and innovation has been flowing through from Japan into India. There's been tremendous amount of capital support. If I may just ask one or two questions before we move to the other panelists. In your opinion, uh, how do you see the two countries coming together and taking this issue head on of environment, climate change, and sustainability, not just for mutual benefit, but benefit of the world? Is there an aspiration for India and Japan to raise the issue of sustainability at a global stage?
Uh, Thank you very much for your question, Mr. Ahuja. Yes, certainly we are very much convergent on our ideas of raising awareness about the climate deterioration and also to safeguard from its further slide. Uh, so there are three main pillars on which most of the discussions would rest. And one is innovation and technology. Second is capacity building. And third is, of course, capital financing and capital justice. Climate financing and climate justice. So when you look at the first aspect, which is the innovation and technology, there we need to sit together and co-innovate according to the problems of our own societies as far as climate is concerned. Our problems are different. Maybe they give the same results in the deterioration of climate, but the problems are different, and therefore we need to sit together and co-innovate the solutions. After we have co-innovated, we will need to take them out in our societies and test them out. I call this stage as co-creation. So that is the co-creation of solution. Once they are co-created, which means they are tested in our societies, then we go to the next stage, which is co-production, which means then the innovation ecosystem gives it to the industry system to replicate and mass produce the solutions either in the service sector or the physical product, so that they could be permeated in the two societies with more efficiency. So that is the first part of all. Second part is about the existing technologies. Now, existing technologies could be cutting edge, but they could also be very, very expensive. When we look at the sustainability and climate change issues all over the world, affordability of technology is a big issue, and that we had seen in COP26, creating a fund and all different kinds of climate justice was discussed. So therefore, that becomes an extremely important part, that either we can bring in an affordable technology, or we can take an existing technology and make it more affordable. Both these are possible, and both the countries are very much aware of this issue, and they keep discussing at the experts level, including at very senior political leadership level as well. Third thing is capacity building, which is very, very important. And capacity building, it's basically the sessions like this, which give new emphasis to capacity building in a time when the pandemic is all over, wherever we are. And therefore, the online platforms do provide a good capacity building tool. But at the same time, when we build capacities, we have to be clear about our objectives to build capacities. It should not just be an academic capacity building. It should be an objective-oriented capacity building, so that both of us know where we are leading. At the academic front, it is very important to have the academic discussions, which may find solutions for the future, but solutions for today also needs to be kept in the perspective to take our relationship forward. And the last one is climate financing. Again, COP26 talked a lot about climate financing, and our Honorable Prime Minister took a lead in this direction, talked about establishment of a larger climate fund, talked about the technology being available in the public domain for countries to pick up, talked about the climate justice. So all these things are in the domain of discussions between our two countries. And I think if we are able to focus on these elements, we'll be able to take our proactive relationship into a further partnership wherein we will share each other's pain, but we'll also share each other's joys. I hope I was able to respond to your query.
No, fantastic. Share not just the pain, but also the joys is quite important. The challenge of climate and environment is global in nature. It's not unique to Japan or to India, but as you very rightly said, that some of India's problems are different. So adaptation of innovation and science and technology in the Indian context is very, very crucial. And we see a lot of the Japanese companies already doing so. And we have one or two on the panel today with us who will talk about that particular aspect and their journey. And if I may just ask one more question before inviting others, what are the instruments, whilst we talk about the capacity building objectives, we talk about larger climate finance, but what are the specific instruments and channels through which this partnership could be put into action, or greater action, if I may say? A lot of actions already happening, but enhancing and accelerating the applied innovation on the ground. What are the instruments that we need to put in place?
The existing instruments, which are institutional, happens to be the Memorandum of Understanding, which was discussed a little while ago, and the new Memorandum of Cooperation, which is about to be signed. Mr. Kathuria very kindly talked about some of the elements of that MOC. So these are institutional platforms which provide you for capacity building, adaptation of technology, transfer of technology, funding, both social financing and the government financing. So it gives you the entire gamut of possible ways to collaborate in the field of capacity building, both technology capacity building as well as the research and product development capacity building. This is the first layer. Now let's look at the next layer, which is capacity building amongst the researchers who are not covered under the MOC or MOU. Here we need the institutions in the two countries which are outside the government also to come into picture and play their roles. There are universities, there are labs, there are departments in the universities, there are research institutions which are doing remarkable job in the field of climate change, in the field of water resource management. They should also find common objectives and get together to move forward in this particular segment. Third layer is the layer of the industry. So working in India's water resource management sector should be lucrative enough to make commercial sense for the companies to get involved. These involvement can come through government funding. So it could be a Japanese ODA funding, it could be Government of India's funding, which will be implemented by these companies either solely by themselves or in joint venture with another Indian company, so that once again, the osmosis of technology takes place and the capacity building takes place in the Indian companies as well. So therefore, that layer is extremely important as well. Fourth and final layer is a layer of the NGOs. Both of us have got a huge number of social NGOs working in the field of water conservation, working in the field of water resource management, working in the field of raising awareness on segregation of brackish water from black water, from drinkable water. So the awareness, the campaign to raise awareness plays a very important role, because finally, the users of whatever water we provide as nations are people. And if people are not aware of how to use the water from the conservation point of view, from the point of view of contamination, pollution, segregation, whatever we do will finally not yield the result that we want. So I hope I was able to share my views on this particular issue. Thank you, Mr.
Fantastic, Mr. Verma. I mean, you mentioned a number of layers needed to be energized and activated, whilst the institutional and government-to-government layer already exists. What you're highlighting is we need to broaden the horizon a little bit and start being more inclusive and increase our outreach to those who may not fall under the ambit of the existing cooperation agreements. And that's where the Water Summit acts as one such platform to bring many parties and stakeholders together. Thank you, sir, for your kind words and direction on how to transform the relationship. May I now invite Kiyose-san from the Embassy of Japan in New Delhi. Kiyose-san, you heard from Ambassador Verma on the multifaceted nature of India-Japan linkage. Perhaps it would be interesting to hear from your perspective how the Japanese government sees this relationship. Kiyose-san, welcome, and over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me today. I'm very happy to be here today. I'm Kiyose. Just let me introduce myself. I'm Kiyose, counselor of economic section of the Embassy of Japan in New Delhi. Actually, I'm not a career diplomat. I'm dispatched from the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism, and much involved in the joint working group issues and also the MOC on the ground. The Excellency Mr. Bauman, thank you very much for the introducing a lot of our ongoing cooperation in terms of the water sector. I'm very delighted to have the first joint working group meeting next week between MLIT and the Ministry of Jal Shakti. A lot of the Japanese experiences and practices are already introduced by the Ambassador Bauma. So I have no much the items to add on to the explanation by the Ambassador Bauma. But yeah, I see based on the experience here. I have been in here already for 3.5 years, and looking after the water sectors in the embassy, and also just immediately before assigned to the Embassy of Japan in New Delhi, I was director of the sewerage department in MLIT. So based on my experience, I observed that the capacity development is a very, very big issue to enhance in India based on the Japan-India cooperation in this sector. Yeah, actually, we see this this is a not comfortable issue, but we see the delay, suspension, or standstill in the current ongoing the, the JICA funded project. This is an ongoing project, and the most of the reason causing such delay or standstill is the, the lack or the less capacity of the implementing agency. Actually, the lack of the capacity means the shortage of the engineers and the shortage of the finance, and also the lack of the commitment at the political level in the state government or the municipalities. So I think the, the capacity development cooperation through the MOC or joint venture or like that is also important. But I'd like to introduce a one-day experience in the legal system in Japan. So in Japan, actually the sewerage networks was not so equipped just after World War II. So we experienced a very rapid expanding of the modernized wastewater treatment after World War II. So during this period, the small and the medium-sized municipality didn't have much capacity to implement the construction, planning, or the operation of the sewerage pipelines and also the sewage treatment plant. So Japanese government established the centralized government agency, namely Japan Switch Works Agency, or JS we call it in short. So JS is a has taken key role to the development in the development of the Japanese sewage expanding. So this is the not just the agency to be contracted by the municipalities, but this agency is a government agency, so they can have some their authority or to exec for the execution of the some the administrating the matters on behalf of the municipalities. So please to remember the similar system in India. So we can see the similar system in the metro rail sector. So Delhi Metro Rail Corporation is just it's a kind of the de facto central government agency to implement the various the metro rail systems in India. So Delhi Metro Rail Corporation (DMRC) is just originally just agency to implement the metro rail system construction and planning and operation in Delhi only, but actually the capacity of the DMRC uh, has been utilized in the development in other cities for the new metro rail construction development. So this kind of that this is the JS Japan Switch the Works Agency's law is similar to this the DMRC law. So if the so the capacity building itself to the implementing agency like a JAL Nigam or uh, state government is also important, but it will take much time. So so the during this nurturing period, we can also tap on the such kind of the system uh, to establish the centralized governmental body in the central government. And I'm sorry, so some videos going on in the background.
Yes, someone is playing a video. Can you stop that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah. So the experience about the Japan Switch Works Agency can be introduced to India, I think. So uh, the water issues is the water issues belong to the state level government based on the constitution of the India. I understand, but in some transition time, we can do such kind of things. So if India side is interested in this system, we can introduce these kind of things through our the, the, the relationship based on the MLC between MLIT and the Ministry of Jal Shakti. And also we have MLC with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. So we can use both channels to introduce such kind of things. Yeah. Yeah, I have a lot of things, but yeah, I'd like to stop now for speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Kese-san. You a very interesting point that you bring up, which is how the capacity of the Delhi Metro Rail system was created, and once it got stabilized and well embedded, not only it helped build the Delhi's metro network, but it then branched out to spreading that expertise throughout the country, and I hear also in different parts of the world now. And much like that, you're suggesting that the Japan Sewage Works Agency, a model like that could be created in India and then spread out. So very interesting point that you mentioned. Maybe I can bring Mr. Uday Kelkar. Uday, you're at the helm of affairs on bringing this Japanese know-how into into India. What Kiyose-san just mentioned, could both of you perhaps comment on how do you see the translation of the knowledge and implementing that on the ground. Uday first, and then maybe Kiyose-san, you can also add to what Uday mentioned.
Good morning, Sanmit. Good morning to everybody, or good afternoon, or early morning to you, Sanmit, wherever you are. Thank you for having me on the panel. I know I've been on this panel for the last couple of days. This is the last day, and hope we always have a best time at the end of the day. So this would be a wonderful session for all of us. Thank you, Kiyose-san. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. We have done a lot of projects in India since moving back from US. I've been involved last 20 odd years in India, and especially on water sector. Just to add to Kiyose-san's thoughts, I think, in my opinion, the Jal Shakti Ministry and the NMCG are kind of doing the same thought process and using the project and putting the project and directing the local bodies or ULBs to do. However, as we all know, that the water is a state subject, but given the current situation of wastewater treatment, given the current situation of environmental, I think Jal Shakti and the NMCG is doing a great job under Gange. We can extend that to all the rivers, and I think it is a thought process already in their mindset. I know Mathuria sir might be thinking in that direction, or the DG might be thinking in that direction. I think it is going to be possible, and it's a great way to do it. So that they can fund, they can monitor, and then they can even use the hybrid annuity model where it can be maintained for 20 odd years or 15 odd years for maintaining the process. And the ULBs are given the right to select the contractor, or ULB is given the right to operate and maintain later on. And I think that's a great way of doing it. And we need that so that the delays part, and I agree with Kiyose-san, there are many times there are substantial delays, and substantial delays sometimes have no meaning to it. And we lose time over time for project execution, and the pollution remains same or get extended over a period of time as the project doesn't get implemented. Technological cooperation with Japan has been a very, very wonderful. I've been involved in, for example, Lake Hussein Sagar was cleaned using a specialty technology of ATO process. Membranes were brought in from that particular perspective. Japan has been very kind in providing technical assistance with respect to creating the capacity building and also writing the CPHO sewerage manual and variety of other. They are currently in the process, and I know Mathuria sir is also involved in sludge management and developing a new cooperation for next 3 years to develop what's happening on sludge treatment, because we are doing on liquid side one end. Now we need to start looking at the solid side. How do we use sludge management? How do we generate energy from it? How do we generate the CNG from it? And how do we generate variety of other useful products from this sludge that is going to waste? I'm happy to say that with the ODA loan, with the JICA's support, we are doing one of the largest plant in India, which is in Delhi, 564,000 meter cube per day. It's a large plant, 564 MLD, and has got who's who in the treatment. So I think that will be a showcase plant when it gets completed in the next couple of years. JICA has also done phase 1 Yamuna action, phase 2 Yamuna action, and variety of other projects. So I think technologically, they are providing a lot of support. And I take the a step further with the Honorable Ambassador's note that capacity building is also important, as Kiyose-san also said. Because without capacity building, I think the hand-holding and technological details are not able to disseminate in the process. We have done a lot of work with that on fluoride removal and arsenic removal with the processes. We have done for Jakasu in Guwahati. I know Kiyose-san is involved with us in Jakasu for Guwahati, and hopefully I think we will be able to manage a lot of things. On the water management side, we do need to do integrated water resource management so that the entire water that can be utilized. And lastly, I think Japan is also trying to look at recycle and reuse, with Japanese help and also JICA's help. We were able to provide a guidance document for Government of India on recycle reuse of wastewater for a variety of application, including non-potable, potable, and other processes. And lastly, I would like to say there is a thought process happening in Mumbai right now under NMCG. not an MCG, MCGM, Municipal Corporation of Greater Mumbai, to look at how can we do something what is similarly been done in Tokyo, where the entire surface water or the rainwater can be stored underneath in large containment locations and then pump out to the sea, because Mumbai has a lot of problem when it gets heavy rains and it gets us completely flooding. So flood management and flood control is also one of the aspects that we're looking at, and hopefully we would be able to simulate and bring the Tokyo experience. With respect to recycle reuse, we have taken a lot of people from Government of India into Japan and showed them Yokohama plant, showed them Ariake plant, which is one of the best. And I'm happy to say that one of the plant that is going to get built in Mumbai, that was designed by us and built by a contractor, it's still under process, is going to look at it building a tower, building a cafeteria in the treatment plant so that it looks like a garden, it looks like a beautiful place overlooking a sea rather than coming into a wastewater plant. So I think we're very happy to be part of this team, very happy to contribute something to the nation building and building the relationship of last 70 odd years. Back to you, Sanmit.
Thank you. Thank you that you're one person who makes wastewater treatment plants look like a holiday destination. So thank you for the passion and commitment that you put into the cause. But Kyoshi-san and yourself and Ambassador have all mentioned, I think capacity building has come out as one area, thrust area that we could work on, and perhaps we should dwell on that in the times to come through the joint working group as well as other fora. So thank you both for your comments. And finally, I'd like to bring Nami-san and Ali-san, who have been successful in bringing a technology, both Mr. Mathuria and Uday, and I also see Dr. Tare from IIT Kanpur has joined. All three of you were there in inaugurating the Mebiol farm in India. Nami-san, over to you. Firstly, yourself, you came to this summit with the inventor of the technology, Dr. Mori. You must be pleased to see that the tech is finally operational on the ground in India. Nami-san, are you with us?
Thank you very much to introducing myself. And my name is Nami Ashitawa, working at the Nebio for international business. And then in December 2017, I went to the, myself and then Mr. Mori, Dr. Mori, CEO of Nebio, we went to the India to present the India Water Impact Summit. So we are so impressed to see the commitment from Indian authority achieving the clean water and the environment management to the people of India. So we have a great technology for the water, environment, and we are so delighted and excited to be one of the part of this project in the future. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Nami-san. And ever since, good afternoon, good morning to you all. My name is Ali Adnan, and I'm the director of Mebiol, Mebi Farm. Mebiols, as many of you may have already known, that we have come up with a truly sustainable technology where we are able to grow fruits and plants, fruits and vegetable plants on a film. So there are two very big things that we make an impact on. Number one, the technology is soilless, so we can grow anywhere, whether the land is contaminated or whether it's concrete or whatever, wherever it may be. We don't use soil to grow fruits and vegetable plants. But there are many technologies like that today in the world, which is soilless. As you may know, there's hydroponics, there's NFT systems, there's a variety of systems like that. But what makes Mebiol unique is that we grow these plants on film, and the film absorbs the water just like baby diapers do. So there is absolutely no drainage in our farming system. Whereas in NFT hydroponic system, even if you have to recycle the water, there is a drainage because recycled water at the end of the day, at some period of time, needs to be replaced. Whereas in our technology, the water that you put in gets all of the water that you put in into the film gets absorbed by the plant. So in India, where 80% of the precious water resource is being used in agricultural purposes, we believe that saving water and being able to grow high quality, nutritious fruits and vegetable in any environment, whether they're contaminated or not, will um, be we will be able to contribute through our technology in this great initiative for the Indian people committed to a clean water and managing their environment for a better future.
Thank you, Ali and Nami. I mean, this was one example of innovation coming from Japan and making a significant impact. Ambassador, you very kindly said that it's bringing the cost down is also very important. And our partners and colleagues have just been able to co-innovate. What was not being done in Japan is now being done jointly between Japan and India, where local engineering talent has come in and not only reduced the cost massively, but has also brought new ideas into the production process, or how do we grow crops in a sustainable manner. So this is one example, and we'll be bringing out a case study very shortly on how the technology is helping the environment as well as the food security segment.
I think, Mr. Ahuja, as you had so rightfully said, this is really true. I think by joining hands with the Indian people, we were truly able to bring our costs down, and which we were not able to do in Japan alone. So we're very excited and very thankful to the Indian people to have collaborated with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali-san. Just sort of final, before we bring the session to a close, I think we touched upon a number of areas. Capacity building is absolutely the key. If there's one message that you would like to give out to the hundreds and thousands of people who are joined in through our live stream at the moment, what would you say? Maybe perhaps I can come to you, back to you, sir, Ambassador Verma. What is the message you'd like to give out to the people who are joining, that in order to really accelerate innovation and partnerships, what more we should be looking at? What should we do next week, for instance? What will come in the years to come is fine, but what should we do next week? More of what Mr. Ali Adnan said, or there's something else that we need to also take into consideration?
Thank you. Just three things: co-innovate, co-create, and co-produce. Solutions will be that.
Excellent. Excellent. Kiyose-san?
Sorry. It is very difficult to wrap up in one word, but co-creation. Yeah, I agree with the ambassador. The co-creation is the most important, I think. Thank you.
Excellent. Uday?
I think in this forum, I've always been saying, and I'll say it again, let's not say wastewater or sewage, let's say used water. And let's say we're going to augment our surface water with this used, high quality treated used water. Because psychologically, it bothers. Technologically, I can give you any water you want, any type of water you want. But psychological comes into picture, and you don't want to drink that water even though it's coming from a high clean technology. So let's say used water rather than wastewater.
Thank you. Mindset shift is what you are suggesting, and waste is just once used resource. It's not waste. So that's the message that you're giving out. Ali and Nami, final words from yourselves.
Yeah, I think collaboration for me is the key, and we've experienced it firsthand. So rather than just having our friends in India use our technology, we truly collaborated and added a new type of value and dimension to the applications.
Collaboration, great, thank you. Um, Nami, would you have something to add?
Totally agree. It's a kind of big project. We have to work together. We collaborate together. We all making lead to the success, I hope.
Thank you. And I also see Dr. Tare, who's joined us from IIT Kanpur. Dr. Tare, we didn't get a chance to come to you. Maybe just opening and final words at the same time from yourself.
Thank you, Samit. And it was really delightful to listen to all the participants and what His Excellency Ambassador has said, co-innovate, co-create and co-produce. And that is where we as Sea Ganga are trying to form a bridge on various aspects of water-related issues. Japan, as we all know, and I'm personally involved in the last 15 years or so, be it writing a manual for CPHEO or looking at decentralized wastewater treatment or whatever. India is at the beginning of the exponential phase in these fields, whether it is wastewater treatment, particularly the decentralized wastewater treatment is a huge potential because of our setting. And so also the new technology that has come to India already for the agriculture. And I think the urban agriculture has a huge potential and requirement in our country, particularly with the kind of things that we are likely to grow using this particular technology. So I'm looking forward to exponentially increase this kind of thing, and as much as possible we would like to do from the Sea Ganga side to facilitate that. That is what is our role is, and we created this international partnership essentially with the idea that whatever is the best that is there all over the world, how do we accelerate the pace of bringing that into India, and that is where, be it ETV or be it other kinds of programs that we are looking at to do that. Okay, so that's the a huge thing, and some of the ideas and the things that already have been done in Japan, like for example, high-rise STPs. Now that's also for the last so many years we have been advocating, and one of that has already happened in Haridwar because land is always a constraint, and particularly if you are talking about decentralized wastewater treatment in urban areas. Of course, decentralized Jokasa systems which Japan has developed for spread out or rural area is definitely an application, but we are also looking at how these decentralized concepts can be utilized in the urban centers, in each of the high-rise buildings or each of the townships or colonies, so that we avoid big sewer systems which are not existing and are difficult to manage and so expensive. So these are the areas, and of course we have to innovate, co-innovate, as it is said. So there is a lot of scope of doing joint research and co-innovating even for Jokasa systems, the decentralized sewage system. So I'm really looking forward to working particularly in these two areas, like the soilless agriculture and the decentralized wastewater treatment. And of course, there are many other modern things, high-tech things that Japan uses. We also need that, and that's what I said. We need all kinds of solutions to us for a variety of problems that we have in our country. So it's really going to be very useful to have such kind of collaboration. And from Sea Ganga side, we would like to serve as a bridge to accelerate the space at which some of these solutions can come into India and can get implemented. And of course, the most important thing that the ambassador also has said, that we need to make sure that we cut down on the cost, we reduce the cost, and then it will scale up like anything. So with this, I see a bright future in terms of our cooperation between Japan and India, particularly in the Ganga forum, Sea Ganga. And as we said, Ganga does not mean just the biophysical entity that originates from Gangotri and goes to Ganga Sagar. Ganga to us is synonym to river. Ganga is a culture of Indian rivers. So it is applicable across the country and not just restricted to within India. In fact, that's the reason why even this first pilot experiment on Agri, we did it in Pune, just to give an impression that it is not restricted just physically to the Ganga River basin, but is across all the rest, because all entire country needs that. And NMCG also and Ministry of Jal Shakti also has now accepted this concept that Ganga does not mean only that entity, but is representing all the rivers. And slowly, even in India Water Impact Summit, this is getting accepted, that we are actually talking about all rivers and all river basins across the country. So I see a great future for our cooperation, and particularly the kind of solutions that Japan has, because in terms of our cultural ethos also, it matches very well. I think so. We understand as much as modern science and technology, but also the cultural values. So this is going to be a very, very interesting kind of collaboration, and I look forward to it. Thank you for everybody's participation, particularly His Excellency Ambassador for giving the time. It's really very, very encouraging, and we hope that we will be able to take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Tare. Mr. Mathuria, final words from you.
Yeah, it had been a very interesting discussion. In fact, 2-3 things come to my mind after having gone through an intense discussion during this last an hour or so. First, we all have heard that through JICA assistance program and also elsewhere through else mechanisms, we had large number of centralized assets being created, and they brought not only the best of the engineering practices and good technology, but also a lot of finance. So it brought in that kind of an experience. The one thing that we lacked in this country was decentralized systems, and this has been more or less ignorant. I mean, things were getting more and more centralized. So now we have institutionalized it. We will be having a robust platform to act on the proven technologies which have been tried in Japan, and there is an ample of opportunity to co-recreate, as Mr. Ambassador has mentioned, these technologies which fits in the Indian context. I'll also like to announce, in fact, inform that we already have sanctioned few projects in Uttarakhand Hill State on the few streams in which these Jokasu decentralized systems will be commissioned. These projects are nearing grounding. In fact, tendering etc. has been completed. So we are already on way that. So this is going to be very, very promising. In fact, there is a big chunk in this country, about out of total about 72,000 million liters a day of sewage being produced. There is a big chunk which can be addressed through these decentralized systems, which brings in a operational paradigm also. Whatever will be produced as a treated water, there will be a lot of scope for reuse. So it is going to provide a cutting edge kind of a opportunity when we run these programs. And then also there is a vast opportunity when these decentralized systems are thought of in purely in terms of Jal Jeevan Mission, which aims to provide functional house tap water household connections to a large number of households. More water means more production of grey and black water, and those rural hamlets or peri-urban areas which clearly lack these technologies or skilled manpower, these kind of systems which are very easy to operate and plug and play kind of systems will be very, very helpful. This has been our endeavor. Now an institutional, as Mr. Ambassador has pointed out, institutional arrangement will be very soon available, and will be all at least in Ministry of Jal Shakti will all be for this. And coming with it is also capacity building. It's very, very important. We have had number of JICA run programs in Delhi. Delhi STP has spoken by Mr. Kelkar. Also we had in Varanasi, and capacity building for the ULBs, for the these water utilities, which are at the receiving end when it comes to water and sanitation, happens to be of very important concern. And third important area is looking at water efficiency in usage of the water in agriculture produce. One of the sample or a pilot has been done on that soilless agriculture, maybe farm technology. I had been lucky to be part of that experience, and it is promising, but yes, there is a lot of scope in cutting the cost of this technology so that it becomes adaptable and competitive in the market. And fourth important thing is all these technologies which will be co-created while sitting with our Japanese counterpart, the costing has to be looked into. Somehow the costing has to be brought. Production, ample of production has to be taken up in this country so that directly it impinges upon that on the lines of feasible techno-commercial propositions which can henceforth be tailored and implemented in the real life situations in this country. So institutional arrangements, I look at these institutional arrangements as a very, very important means and mechanisms, because they are government to government institutions arrangements, as a very important mean and mechanism to implement these innovative technologies in Indian context, as well as to recreate these technologies adaptable to Indian conditions. That's it from this is how I look the discussions that we had, and this is how I look that these discussions can be taken forward. Thank you. Over to you, Sanmit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mathuria and Dr. Tare, for your final remarks. I think each of the international sessions we were able to bring out some key points, action agenda items, and in this case building on the institutional mechanisms that all of you mentioned is looking at decentralized infrastructure, and the biggest takeaway for me is the co-creation, and that Ambassador very kindly mentioned. That's quite an interesting model, and whilst advocating that is great, but implementing is where we need to now focus our energies and efforts on. So thank you, sir, for putting us on that pathway. We'll definitely follow through and make sure that more and more technologies do get co-created and co-produced in India, so that scale effect can be realized. And decentralized infrastructure is another focus area that all of you mentioned. So on that note, thank you very much, Your Excellency, Kiyose-san, Uday, Nami-san, and Ali, for your times and contributions today. Thank you very much again also to NMCG and C Ganga teams for making this session happen. India and Japan have been friends for a very long time, will continue to be friends for a very long time, and giving it specific purpose, giving the relationship a specific purpose and an objective is also important, and I think we have succeeded in doing that today. We just need to follow through. So on that note, I'd like to formally conclude the session. Thank you to all the panelists for taking out the time once again. Wish you a very, very good day ahead to colleagues in India and Japan, and we'll see you soon. The next session starts in 15 minutes, so please join back. And goodbye for now to the panelists and as I said, we'll see you soon again. Thanks a lot and take care.
Thank you, Sanmei. Arigato gozaimasu. Thank you. Thank you, Kirose-san.
Bye.
चेक कर लें हेलो चेक 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 Om Shri Ganeshaya Namah. A very very good morning and a warm welcome to 6th India ओके ठीक है, एमओयू फिर वो ड्रॉप करके राइट राइट सर। हाँ कुछ एक्स्ट्रा क्लास में, क्योंकि फ्लो बिल्कुल स्ट्रेट है सर। ठीक है हाँ ठीक है परफेक्ट। सो प्रोफेसर तारे के बाद में हम योगेश जी को इनवाइट कर लेंगे। प्लीज इनवाइट योगेश जी। और मनु भटनागर एडिशनल कमिश्नर मनरेगा यूपी। हम ये भी कह सकते हैं एमओयू शाम का हो जाएगा, और अगर योगेश जी लेट हो रहे हैं देन वी कैन आफ्टर प्रोफेसर तारे वी कैन गेट स्टार्टेड विद द वीडियो, जैसा हमारा फ्लो था। आप आके बोल सकते हैं कि अनुराग जी जो है वो ऑनलाइन ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं, सो वी कैन डायरेक्टली गेट इनटू दैट सेगमेंट जैसे आप करते हैं। और योगेश जी अगर आ जाते हैं देन वी जस्ट फॉलो द तब वो श्योर। एक बार जस्ट कंफर्मेशन ले लीजिए। परफेक्ट वी कैन योगेश। और अनुराग जी भी ऑनलाइन है, मनु भटनागर जी आ गए हैं। ठीक है हाँ वी आर रेडी। ओम Om Shri Ganeshaya Namaha. A very, very good morning and a warm welcome to 6th India Water Impact Summit. हर साल नमामि गंगे ये फ्लैगशिप प्रोग्राम होस्ट करते आ रहा है और इसमें कई सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म पे आते हैं और चर्चा होती है पानी के संरक्षण की, साथ ही उसके सही उपयोग की। 5 दिनों का ये महासम्मेलन जिसका है आज आखिरी दिन, जिसकी शुरुआत नदियों में सर्वोच्च, नदियों की संस्कृति माने जाने वाली गंगा नदी, जिन्हें हम माँ कहते हैं, गंगा माँ के इस एंथम के साथ।
भगवती तव तीरे नीरमात्रशनोऽहं भगवती तव तीरे नीरमात्रशनोऽहं विगतविषयतृष्णा कृष्णमाराधयामि विगतविषयतृष्णा कृष्णमाराधयामि सकलकलुषभङ्गे स्वर्गसोपानसङ्गे सकलकलुषभङ्गे स्वर्गसोपानसङ्गे तरलतरतरङ्गे देवी गंगे प्रसीद 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 नमामि गंगे नमामि गंगे नमामि गंगे नमामि गंगे। स्वर्ग की परछाइयाँ दिखती तेरे आंचल तले, माँ तेरी हर बूंद में बहती हुई ममता मिले। तू हथेली तन पे फेरे मन को भी निर्मल करे, जिस तरह को तू छुए जीवन से उसको सींच दे। लेके आया हर कोई बस पाप तुझको सौंपने, फिर भी तू बहती चले सबको लगा करके गले। स्वाद अमृत का तुझे ही चूम कर जाना, प्रसीद 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 प्रसीद
हर हर गंगे नमामि गंगे। गंगा माँ और हमारे देश की समूची नदियों के संरक्षण, साथ ही इन पे निर्भर जीव जंतु उनके संरक्षण के दृष्टिकोण से पिछले 5 सालों से ये महासम्मेलन सफल रूप से आयोजित होते आ रहा है। और इस साल 6th India Water Impact Summit, which is being organized by NMCG and C Ganga IIT Kanpur. इस साल की थीम रिवर रिसोर्सेज एलोकेशन, प्लानिंग एंड मैनेजमेंट एट द रीजनल लेवल। 5 दिनों का ये महासम्मेलन जिसका आज है आखिरी दिन, 5th डे। पिछले 5 दिनों में गंगा नदी जो कि उत्तराखंड से बहती हैं, उत्तर प्रदेश जाती हैं, बिहार होते हुए वेस्ट बंगाल पहुंच जाती हैं। इनकी धारा को हमने ऐसे ही 5 रीजन्स में डिवाइड किया। पहले दिन चर्चा हुई ओवरऑल बेसिन की, दूसरे दिन अपर रीजन, फिर मिडिल रीजन, लोअर सेगमेंट और आज चर्चा होनी है डेल्टा रीजन की। This is the lowermost segment of River Ganga, which lies in the delta of West Bengal and Bangladesh. In this inaugural session, it's my true privilege to invite our honorable dignitaries, respected speakers, गेस्ट जो कि यहाँ पर हैं और साथ ही में वो व्यूअर्स जो कि नमामि गंगे के अलग अलग सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे हमारे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं। आप सभी का दिल से बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। एंड अ वेरी स्पेशल वेलकम टू आवर स्पेशल स्पीकर्स ऑफ द डे, श्री मनु भटनागर जी, प्रिंसिपल डायरेक्टर नेचुरल हेरिटेज डिवीजन इंटैक्ट, जो कि हमारे साथ यहाँ पे उपस्थित हैं। साथ ही में डॉक्टर अनुराग ढांडा, डायरेक्टर सुंदरबंस प्रोग्राम ऑफिस WWF, ये डिजिटली हमसे हमारे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं। एंड श्री योगेश कुमार जी, एडिशनल कमिश्नर मनरेगा यूपी। 6th India Water Impact Summit, which is being organized by NMCG and C Ganga. इस समिट में अब वेलकम एड्रेस के लिए आई वुड लाइक टू हम्बली इनवाइट ED प्रोजेक्ट NMCG श्री अशोक कुमार सिंह जी। सर प्लीज।
Thank you. A very warm good morning to all the guests on the dais, of the dais, and all the guests and listeners who have joined through the virtual mode. It's really my privilege and honor to welcome the dignitaries for the plenary session on the last day of the 6th India Water Impact Summit. In fact, I attended the last India Water Impact Summit also, that was on Earth Ganga, and basically we all are familiar with the meaning of the Earth Ganga, the economy which revolves around the river. But this time the theme, the river resource allocation, planning and management at regional level, it is a watershed. It is a basically biting the bullet. It's like an elephant in the room. Till now, we all have thought that the cleaning of the river is the biggest challenge. But we all now have a confidence that the river can be cleaned and will be cleaned sooner or later. Maybe in another 5 years we will have a clean river where the pollution does not flows into the Ganga. However, the most important thing is about this resource allocation. The fragmentation of the river which has taken place, the e-flow, ecological flow, and this is the time, and this is going to be the watershed event in the India Water Impact Summit. That's my take on it, and therefore the importance goes up further. Not only this, we have somewhere we have to look into our past also. We had a civilization of Indus Valley, then Saraswati Valley civilization, and both civilizations suffered and vanished because of the water crisis. Indus Valley because of the floods, and Saraswati Valley because of lack of water. So we had then Gangetic plains where we migrated and then we resettled. That's the evidence now which is coming up. Now, what will happen if the Ganges Valley or the Gange, this river Ganges also becomes angry with us? and that is the fear. And therefore, it is a time to wake up. And this this India Water Impact Summit is a very timely event in that context. It basically it basically brings everyone together who want to save not only this river Ganga but the whole basin and the whole civilization. For this plenary session today, we are discussing about the Deltic region. In the last 4 days, we had discussed about the other diverse regions which are associated with the river Ganga. And in all these, we have a very constant force with us, that is Professor Vinod Tare, who is almost present in all the sessions and invisibly present in the sessions wherever he is not even visible. I welcome you, sir. You have set the context of the whole India Water Impact Summit, and I would not hesitate to say that you are one of the pillars of this whole summit. I welcome you, sir, for this program and to set the context for today's plenary session. Thanks. I also welcome. Let's have a clap for the Professor Vinod Tare. I also welcome Shri Yogesh Kumar, who is Additional Commissioner Manrega UP, and he has played a very important role in the dovetailing the Manrega fund for the river rejuvenation. And we all know that small river rejuvenation is also very important as far as the ecosystem is concerned, river ecosystem for the e-flow and for the local economy also. I welcome Shri Yogesh Kumar ji. I also welcome Dr. Anurag Dhanda. He is the Director, Sundarban Program Office, WWF. He has joined us virtually. I welcome you, sir, Dr. Anurag Dhanda, for this plenary session. I also welcome Shri Manu Bhatnagar, Principal Director, National Heritage Division, INTAC. In fact, because of Dr. Manu Bhatnagar only, I especially got to know that there are so many cultural heritages all along the Ganga, both tangible and non-tangible. And it has basically increased our understanding of a river. So I welcome you, sir, for the special address in this session. I also welcome our DG, Sri Rajiv Ranjan Mishra ji. Without him, this all would have not been possible, for your kind leadership, for your kind help, kind support, and guiding the whole program whenever the time demands. I welcome you, sir, Sri Rajiv Ranjan Mishra ji. I also welcome my colleague, ED Finance, Sri Rosie Agrawal ji, who has been very active in organizing the whole India Water Impact Summit. I welcome all the guests who are offline, online, who are watching this plenary session. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
थैंक यू सो मच अशोक सर. आज के सेशन की थीम के बारे में थोड़ा विस्तार से और जानकारी देने के लिए मैं अब आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी डॉक्टर विनोद तारे जी को. डॉक्टर तारे इज़ द फाउंडिंग हेड ऑफ सेंटर फॉर गंगा रिवर बेसिन मैनेजमेंट, जिसे हम सी गंगा भी कहते हैं, IIT कानपुर. Dr. Tare led the consortium of 7 IITs that prepared Ganga River Basin Management Plan. Dr. Tare has been serving the academic world and kept himself engaged in research and development activities for a very long span of his life. He has obtained his master's and doctoral degrees in environmental engineering from IIT Kanpur itself. And Dr. Tare, जो कि virtually हमसे जुड़े हुए हैं कानपुर से, over to you, sir.
Thank you. Namaste. Good morning to all of you. It's my privilege to introduce what we are going to do today in this particular plenary session. In fact, Sri Ashok Kumar ED project has explained the theme in a way probably that I could have never thought of. So thank you very much, and I am so pleased that coming from the people who are executing the whole program, this interpretation of the theme. So it's very, very, I'm glad to learn that. Coming to this particular plenary session, we have been talking about various issues related to the different parts of the basin segments. Like typically a river originates in the mountainous stretch, and that is what we call it as the upper stretch. So the upper stretch has its own concerns, issues, and of course the resources are very different. Similarly, as the river enters into the plains, the middle portion of the basin has many other kinds of issues, particularly the utilization of water, the agriculture sector, the industrial sector, the urbanization. So all these things come in the middle sector. And as we move to the lower base sector, the issues related to floods are more relevant. Managing the flow of sediments becomes more important. And when we look at the rivers joining the ocean, there the issues are very, very different. And that is what is we refer to as the deltaic region. And it's important to understand what happens in that. And in the context of Ganga Basin, we cannot complete the discussion unless until we talk about Sundarbans. So we are happy that we have two presentations which deal on Sundarbans, and coming from the, I can say, horse's mouth. Okay, the people who are actually seen it, worked with it on those issues. So we have two presentations on that. So I am sure we will get insights onto that. We also have a very interesting contribution coming from the Manrega commissioner in UP. And he has participated in the science, technology and policy issues discussions also. And it is very, very interesting to learn, and I'm sure he will present that, that much more funds can come in for the rejuvenation of and restoration and conservation of the rivers through the Manrega fund. And probably the outlay of the Manrega, even for the natural conservation, is so high that probably what we are talking, direct funding from these programs, and this is going to be on a continuous basis. So it will be very encouraging if all the people who are responsible for implementing the Manrega scheme take into considerations in that. That's the reason why we invited the commissioner who has been implementing very effectively the Manrega program for the river regeneration. Okay, so we look forward to that presentation. We cannot talk about deltaic region or lower part of the segment unless until we talk about river islands. And that's where we have a presentation on river islands. None other than Sri Manu Bhatnagar, who has so much in-depth knowledge and experience about these aspects. So we really look forward to listening to Mr. Manu Bhatnagar as well. The idea of these plenary sessions, as we all know, plenary sessions are essentially meant to gather information for us to deliberate, discuss, and ponder over as to how this can be taken onto the ground. So we'll typically get the aspirations, expectations of the people about river and river basins. We also learn about what kind of good practices, new ideas, new concept, new science that is happening all over the world about various issues related to rivers and river basins. Okay, and we also get information from the people who are actually implementing the various programs of the government in various capacities so far as river rejuvenation, conservation is concerned. Okay, so that's the setting that we have of these plenary sessions. We typically look at three different stakeholders and what kind of knowledge, the information that they can pass on to us. And then it becomes a homework for us to synthesize all that, understand where the issues are, where the problems are, where the challenges are, and how through this forum we can arrive at consensus opinion to accelerate what is happening on the ground and to make sure that people's expectation to the extent possible are met, and we create a much better perception of what is happening on the ground. Because after all, it is the perception that matters. And if people have good perception, the support to these programs comes much more than what we actually expect. And that's basically what we are trying to achieve through this India Water Impact Summit. So I'm very happy that the last 4 days have been very, very productive, and we are into the last plenary session prior to the valedictory or concluding session in the evening, and I'm sure we will get much more insight through this plenary session on various aspects, particularly related to the lower segment or the deltaic region of the basin. With this, I hand over to NMCG to invite speakers and then organize if there are any question answers on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tare, for giving the highlights of the entire day. And yes, this is 6th India Water Impact Summit, a platform to bring all the national and international stakeholders together to discuss, debate, and develop model solutions for some of the biggest water-related problems in India. And as Ashok sir was saying earlier, finally in this summit, we are talking about the elephant in the room, which is River Resources Allocation, जो कि इस साल की इस summit की theme है. But जैसे हमेशा से NMCG target करते आया है कुछ ऐसे impossible targets, but finally उसमें सफलता ही मिली है, and I'm sure आगे भी ऐसे ही results मिलते रहेंगे. Today is the 5th and final day of the summit, जिसमें अब मैं सादर आमंत्रण देना चाहूँगी respected additional commissioner of Manrega, UP, Shri Yogesh Kumar ji. Shri Yogesh Kumar ji is an IS officer from 2010 batch UP cadre. आदरणीय लेबर डिपार्टमेंट में स्पेशल सेक्रेटरी रह चुके हैं, साथ ही डीएम की पोजीशन पे नियुक्त हुए अमेठी में और प्रेजेंट पोजीशन पे 2017 से कार्यरत हैं. He has won 7 national awards in Manrega, which is the first time in UP Manrega history. In fact, recently Mr. Yogesh has been rewarded by Honorable Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Shri Yogi Adityanath ji, for his excellent performance in his field of work. Respected Mr. Kumar, he has joined us virtually. So, sir, over to you, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for making me join again. And I have a small presentation to show the esteemed audience and esteemed gentry regarding Manrega. So I will be speaking in English, both the language I'll try to use. I'm sitting in a location where the network problem is there slightly. I hope my voice is audible.
Sir, your voice is audible, but
deliberately.
Sir, your voice is audible, but we are not able to see you. Please, can you switch on the video camera? Because
I can switch on my camera.
Okay.
But because I'm sitting in a location, it's a basement kind of thing, so signals are low. So my mobile, this app is just and you should switch off your camera.
Okay, sir, you can switch off the video because
maybe
then
you can switch off. Maybe you can switch off your video so that we are able to get your voice properly.
Yes.
Okay.
that's why deliberately I'm
No issues, sir.
Aishwarya.
Yes, sir. Now you are audible.
Let's see. Okay. Aishwarya, can you please put up the presentation? Okay, now he is presenting. Your screen is not visible to me. It has come now. Make it in PPT mode, please. Okay. सर मनरेगा 2006-2007 ऑनवर्ड्स काम कर रही है पूरे कंट्री में. यूपी में 2 फेजेस में लॉन्च की गई थी और उसमें 1 साल का गैप था. 75 डिस्ट्रिक्ट हैं यूपी में, 825 ब्लॉक्स हैं, डेवलपमेंट ब्लॉक्स, देन 59,000 ग्राम पंचायतें हैं जिसमें मनरेगा ऑपरेट करती है. हम इस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में इसको बात कर रहे हैं कि भी जो पूरा डिस्कोर्स हुआ है पिछले 4 दिनों का, उसमें हम लोगों ने स्टेक होल्डर्स को बहुत एग्जामिन करने की कोशिश की कि जो अर्थ गंगा है या गंगा की रिजोनेशन है, उसकी ट्रिब्यूटरीज के रिजोनेशन है, उसमें स्टेक होल्डर्स कौन होंगे और वो स्टेक होल्डर जो उनको कैसे हम मोटिवेट मोबिलाइज करेंगे. तो उस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में मैं कुछ डेटा, कुछ पिक्चर्स, कुछ एक्टिविटीज शो करूंगा. हाँ, आगे लाइए प्लीज. हाँ सर, ये जो स्पेसिफिक स्लाइड है ये बताती है कि यूपी की टोटल पॉपुलेशन जो कि 26 करोड़ के आसपास है, उसमें से 2.11 करोड़ लोग हम लोग कवर करते हैं बाय रजिस्टरिंग देम विद आवर स्कीम. ये नंबर जो है हर साल बढ़ता है. ये नंबर जनरली पिछले एक उसमें 8-10 सालों में ये 1.5 करोड़ से 2.25 करोड़ की तरफ टच कर रहा है. इनमें से जो एक्टिवली काम करते हैं वो 1.33 करोड़ काम करते ही करते हैं और ये सब के सब लगभग 50,000 ग्राम पंचायतों में काम करते हैं. 9,000 ग्राम पंचायतें हमारी नॉन एक्टिव रहती हैं जो कि वेस्टर्न यूपी के डिस्ट्रिक्ट हैं, इधर गौतम बुद्ध नगर, गाजियाबाद, मेरठ, बागपत एक्सेट्रा. तो इस तरीके से उसमें थोड़ा एट्रिशन आता है. SC/ST हाउस होल्ड हम लोग 36 से 3 लाख टच करते हैं. ST हाउस होल्ड क्योंकि यूपी में कम है वो लगभग टू द ट्यून ऑफ 2 लाख हम लोग टच करते हैं. चलें आगे प्लीज. ये मैं स्केल मनरेगा का इसलिए बताना चाहता हूँ कि इसमें होने को गंगा जो प्रोजेक्ट है या अर्थ गंगा प्रोजेक्ट, उसमें फंड्स की कोई डेफिशिएंसी नहीं है. बट ये वाटर कंजर्वेशन, चाहे वो पॉन्ड्स में हो, कुओं में हो, एंड देन रिवर्स एक्सेट्रा, उसमें वाटर कंजर्वेशन मनरेगा की कोर थीम है. जितना भी फंड्स स्पेंड होगा उसमें जल जंगल जमीन, जिसमें वाटर कंजर्वेशन, सॉइल कंजर्वेशन एंड प्लांट कंजर्वेशन, इस पे 65% खर्चा होना है. ये मैंडेट है, इसको कोई भी वायलेट नहीं कर सकता पूरे कंट्री में. तो जो इसको हम स्केल को देखें, जो टोटल्स नीचे लिखे हुए हैं उत्तर प्रदेश के और नेशनल टोटल लिखे हुए हैं, एक्सेप्शनली पिछले साल नेशनल लेवल पे मनरेगा स्कीम ने 1,07,000 करोड़ रुपए फैच किया था, जिसमें मटेरियल का, वेजेस का अलग अलग कंपोनेंट था जो 60-40 का कंपोनेंट रहता है. ये एक्सेप्शन था. पिछले साल कोरोना था, बहुत रिवर्स माइग्रेशन हुआ था, लोग वापस आए थे, इंडस्ट्री, कॉर्पोरेट्स और वो सब पैटी शॉपकीपर्स वगैरह उनके लॉकडाउन की वजह से वो बंद हुए थे, तो इसमें अच्छा फंड्स की अवेलेबिलिटी. पर इस साल भी 78,000 करोड़ ऑलरेडी मनरेगा में टच कर चुका है. यूपी में पिछले साल 12,000 करोड़ था, इस बार लगभग 6,000 करोड़ यूपी में टच हो रहा है. तो ये एक अच्छा सम है जिसको हमें रिवर्स की तरफ ओरिएंट करना चाहिए. तो इसको मैं और जस्टिफाई करूंगा आगे फर्दर स्लाइड्स में. चले आगे प्लीज. यूपी में लगभग यदि हम मैंडेज की परसेंटेज के टर्म्स में देखें, हम लोग 26 करोड़ के आसपास परसेंटेज टच करते हैं हर बार. लास्ट ईयर इट वाज 40 करोड़. इस बार हम लोग फिर अगेन 25-26 की रेंज में आ गए हैं और वी आर टारगेटिंग कि हम लगभग 30 और 31 करोड़ परसेंटेज इस साल मार्च के एंड तक अचीव करेंगे. ये एक इंडिकेटर इंटरनल रिव्यू के लिए होता है बेसिकली, और ये आपके लिए मीनिंगफुल हो सकता है. ये शो करता है कि हम लगभग कितने लोगों को एम्प्लॉयमेंट देते हैं और कितने दिनों का एम्प्लॉयमेंट देते हैं. चले आगे प्लीज. नेक्स्ट. मनरेगा का स्केल फर्दर एग्जामिन किया जाए उसमें प्लांटेशन के फॉर्म में, क्योंकि अर्थ गंगा या गंगा एक्शन जो है, गंगा की क्लीनिंग और रिजुवेनेशन ऑफ गंगा, उसके जितने साइड की जो पेरिफेरी है, उसमें प्लांटेशन एक मेजर थीम है. तो पिछले कई सालों में या 5 सालों का मेरे पास डेटा है बेसिकली, उसमें कैसे मनरेगा ने उसको कवर किया है प्लांटेशन को, तो लगभग ये 33 करोड़ के आसपास आता है जो कि प्लांट्स, इसमें सैपलिंग्स लगाए गए हैं. ये वाला उस पूरे बजट का आई थिंक 30-35% है, 35% के आसपास है जो कि प्लांट्स लगाए गए हैं, क्योंकि इसके हॉर्टिकल्चर डिपार्टमेंट, एनिमल हस्बेंड्री और फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट, ये लोग भी प्लांटेशन करते हैं जो कि मनरेगा के पैरेलल करते हैं. यदि 33-34 करोड़ हमने कंट्रीब्यूट किया हुआ है, इतना ही इन जो हमारे दूसरे की डिपार्टमेंट है जिसमें एग्रीकल्चर, हॉर्टिकल्चर आता है, इतना ही उन्होंने कंट्रीब्यूट किया. तो इट टचेस जनरली टू 65 to 70 करोड़ का पिछले 5 सालों का जो वो है एग्रीगेट है वही आता है। परंतु इसमें जो मैजिकल और इसमें पॉइंट टू बी नोटेड है, ये जनरली प्लांट्स नॉन यूसेज वाले होते हैं, नॉन कमर्शियल वाले होते हैं, फ्रूट्स के वेजिटेबल्स के प्लांट्स नहीं होते हैं। इसमें सब के सब जो है वो वाइल्ड वैरायटीज होती है, जो कि फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट उसको क्रिएट करके देता है। तो इन सब के सर्वाइवेबिलिटी या इनके लिए फैमिलीज का जो केयर है, किसानों का जो केयर है वो कम रहता है। तो इसमें इसलिए इसकी सर्वाइवेबिलिटी हमेशा प्रॉब्लमेटिक रहती है कि इसको सर्वाइव कौन कराए, बिकॉज दे आर गिविंग प्लांट्स की जिसका कोई कम्युनिटी यूसेज और कमर्शियल यूसेज नहीं है। बट इट इज अ इम्पोर्टेंट थीम, बिकॉज जब हम गंगा रिजोनेशन में जाएंगे तो हम वाटर बॉडीज को, कुओं को, प्लांट्स को फोकस एरिया में रखेंगे। चले आगे प्लीज। ये पॉन्ड्स का यदि हम इसका असेसमेंट देखें तो हमारे जो टारगेटेड पॉन्ड है उसके विजे वी इनको सबको ऐड करेंगे तो दिस विल गो टू द ट्यून ऑफ 60-65,000 ponds all over UP which have been rejuvenated in last 4 years. And while we'll take the track of जब हम लोग गंगा का स्ट्रेच लेंगे और उसके दोनों लेफ्ट बैंक और राइट बैंक की तरफ शुरू करेंगे अपना काम, तो बहुत ही टारगेटेड अप्रोच में इसको आगे बढ़ाया जा सकता है। चले आगे प्लीज। ये सर इस शोज के नेचुरल रिसोर्स मैनेजमेंट पे किस तरीके से यूपी में एक्सपेंडिचर का पैटर्न चेंज हुआ है। शुरुआत में ये कम हुआ करता था 5 years बैक, अभी इसको 60-65% के आसपास हम लोग सेल थ्रू कराने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, स्पेशली जिससे कि एग्रीकल्चर वाटर कंजर्वेशन की टेक्निक्स को बढ़ावा दिया जा सके। चले आगे प्लीज। ये विमेन का मैं इसलिए स्लाइड बनाया है मैंने कि मैम आई एम लुकिंग फॉर कि जैसे कल गंगा प्रहरी की बात हो रही थी, डॉक्टर बडोची बडोला देहरादून से गंगा प्रहरी, गंगा सखी एक्सेट्रा वो कॉन्सेप्ट्स दे रही थी, और देवर सेइंग कि जब तक विमेन को एंगेज नहीं किया जाएगा इन रिजुवनेशन प्रोजेक्ट्स वगैरह में तब तक काम नहीं बनने वाला है। एग्रीकल्चर में उनको नहीं लाया जाएगा, हॉर्टिकल्चर में, एनिमल हस्बेंड्री में नहीं लाया जाएगा, तो काम नहीं बनने वाला है। तो विमेन के मामले में हम लोग यूपी की लगभग 30 लाख 30 से 35 लाख विमेन को अपने यहाँ काम देते हैं। वो हमारी रेगुलर क्लाइंट है। वो ये पिछले साल ही है वो बढ़ा है। इस बार हमने एक नया इनिशिएटिव शुरू किया है जिससे ये परसेंटेज बढ़ के 37%, जो लास्ट वाला वो बार दिख रहा है, ये एक्सेप्शनल 37%। वी आर टारगेटिंग कि ये 45 से 50% के बीच में ये जाना चाहिए। चले आगे प्लीज। इसको छोड़ सकते हैं, ये 100 डेज का एम्प्लॉयमेंट शो कर रहा है। इंडिविजुअल वर्क काम की चीज है, बट हमारे करंट प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए ये काम की नहीं है। इंडिविजुअल में एनिमल हस्बेंड्री और लैंड सॉइल कंजर्वेशन से रिलेटेड की लैंड लेवलिंग हुआ, मेड़बंदी है, बंडिंग वगैरह, उस तरह के काम दिए जाते हैं। वो जनरली पहले हम थाउजेंड्स में चलते थे पर अब हम लैक्स में आने लगे हैं। तो उसका पर्पस है कि जिससे कि फार्मर्स की जो इनकम्स है उनको बढ़ाते हुए उनको ज्यादा इन्वॉल्व किया जा सके वाटर कंजर्वेशन और अच्छी टेक्निक्स की तरफ। इसका पर्पस ये रहता है बेसिकली। चले आगे प्लीज। रिवर्स जो ली गई है इस पे मैं आपको पिछले 4 साल का वो दिखाना चाहता हूँ ट्रैक कि पिछले 4 सालों में रिवर्स में क्या रहा है। पहला ये 2018-19 में हमने बहुत ही अप्रिहेंशन के साथ केवल 5 रिवर्स ली थी। वहाँ के डीएम्स का लोकल इनिशिएटिव था बेसिकली। ये बरेली, चित्रकूट, मिर्जापुर, भदोही और पीलीभीत में, आरिल, मंदाकिनी, कर्णावती एक्सेट्रा, इसमें इनमें कुछ जगह अच्छी सक्सेस मिली। जैसे चित्रकूट में अच्छी सक्सेस में देखने में आई। मिर्जापुर की कर्णावती का जिक्र नेशनल लेवल पे ऑनरेबल पीएम ने भी किया। उसके बाद भदोही की वरुणा मोरुआ में भी अच्छा काम हुआ, फोटोग्राफ अभी दिखाऊंगा मैं। पीलीभीत में गोमती का एक ट्रैक पड़ता है, उसको लिया गया। ये एक पैच वर्क था बेसिकली, बिकॉज ये फ्रॉम टॉप टू बॉटम जो हेड टू टो है जो इसका रिवर का, ये पूरा स्ट्रेच नहीं लिया गया था। वहाँ के लोकल डीएम जो लोकल ऑफिसर से उनका इनिशिएटिव था कि इसको इस स्पेसिफिक स्ट्रेच पे उसको कवर किया जाए। नेक्स्ट ईयर इससे थोड़ा सा हमें लर्निंग मिली। हम लोगों ने फिर 19 स्मॉल रिवर्स को लिया जिसमें 698 पॉन्ड्स को रिजोनेट किया गया। प्लांटेशन 33 लाख उसमें लगाया गया। ड्रेन्स जो है 216 ड्रेन्स को रेनोवेट किया गया। ये रिवर्स टू माय नॉलेज जो हमारे साथ ऑडियंस हैं उनको भी ये रिवर्स के नाम पहली बार सुनने को मिलेंगे, जैसे वो टेढ़ी नदी, मनोरमा, पांडु, वरुणा, तसुर खदेरी, साई, गोमती, आरिल, मोरवा। ये रिवर जो है ये लोकल नॉमेनक्लेचर है। जो बड़ी बड़ी नदियां हम जिनकी बात करते हैं ये उनमें क्वालिफाई नहीं करती हैं, मतलब वहां नहीं आती हैं। इनके कुछ किलोमीटरेज होते हैं बेसिकली, 150 किलोमीटर्स, 200 किलोमीटर्स, और ये पर एक की रोल प्ले करती हैं वहाँ की जो लोकल टोपोग्राफी है, वहाँ की लोकल क्लाइमेट है, वहाँ की एग्रीकल्चर प्रोडक्टिविटी है, उस सब। हेलो ऐश्वर्या, am I audible?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay,
Please.
right. तो ये वाली रिवर हमारे लिए इम्पोर्टेंस इसलिए रखती है कि इनसे लोकल कम्युनिटी का बहुत अटैचमेंट रहता है। डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को बार बार बताया जाता है कि ये वाली रिवर को इसको आप डेवलप करिए। पॉलिटिकल एग्जीक्यूटिव इसमें लगते हैं कि वो मोरवा रिवर को बुक किया जा रहा है, बूढ़ी गंगा का रेनोवेशन किया जा रहा है, इसमें बड़ा इमोशनल इन्वॉल्वमेंट रहता है। तो इनकी ये मैनेजेबल रिवर्स होती हैं, जिसको अभी करंट जो हम लोग ये डिस्कस कर रहे हैं पिछले 4-5 दिन से, इसमें ये एक फोकल पॉइंट बन के आ रहा है कि स्टेक होल्डर के साथ साथ हमारे टारगेट्स क्या होंगे, जिस पे हम फोकस करेंगे। अगला नेक्स्ट ईयर लाइए प्लीज, 2021। इसमें 2021 में 25 रिवर्स ली गई है, जिसमें 919 पॉन्ड्स वो किए गए, रिजुनेट किए गए, 22 लाख प्लांटेशन किया गया, एक्सपेंडिचर एक्सेट्रा दिखाया गया है। इसमें कुछ चेंज अलग वेरिंग रिवर ली गई है। देन 2021 में 14 रिवर्स अगेन रडार पे हैं, कुछ पुरानी रिवर्स की भी ऑनगोइंग हो रही हैं, क्योंकि धीरे धीरे ग्रेजुअली जब उसमें काम चलता है तो आसपास के जो ब्लॉक्स हैं, विलेजेस हैं, वो भी एक्टिवेट होते हैं कि उन्होंने उस वाले पर्टिकुलर जीपी ने ग्राम पंचायत कर इसको भी किया जाए। तो इसके अपने कुछ टेक्निकल वो है, आई शुड से कि एक वो है लिमिटेशंस, तो वो मैं डिस्कस करूंगा लास्ट की तरफ। अभी मैं कुछ आपको वर्क दिखाने की कोशिश करता हूँ। ये हम लोगों ने जीआईएस से, इसको लाइए जरा जीआईएस वाले को प्लीज। जीआईएस से कुछ हमने रिवर्स आइडेंटिफाई किए, ये हमारे ऑफिस में बैठ के आइडेंटिफाई की गई हैं, इसमें हम लोकल एरिया में नहीं गए हैं। कुछ नाम हम लोगों ने उनसे फोन करके पता लगाए हैं जो लोकल वहाँ पर ऑफिसर्स पोस्टेड हैं। ये 20 रिवर्स हैं, जो कि चित्रकूट में 4 दिखा रहे हैं, दरहरा, मंदाकिनी, ओहान, गांटा एंड अंजुवर, इडवा। इनकी किलोमीटरेज भी हमने जीआईएस टेक्नोलॉजी से आइडेंटिफाई की है। ये हमारे लिए ग्रे एरिया चल रहा था, जिसको जीआईजेड जर्मनी एजेंसी है, हमारे पास उनके कंसल्टेंट्स हैं, वो लोग ये काम हमारे लिए करते हैं। तो यही वाला चीज हमें टेक्निकल सपोर्ट चाहिए एक्चुअली। अभी ये इन्होंने ब्रॉडली बताया कि ये वाली रिवर वहां पर है, बट इसमें ब्लॉक्स का आइडेंटिफिकेशन किन ब्लॉक्स में जा रही है, ग्राम पंचायत का आइडेंटिफिकेशन, देन लैंड का आइडेंटिफिकेशन कि इनमें कितनी लैंड एंगेज है, जिससे कि उस स्पेसिफिक लैंड को हम लोग शेप में ला सकें, उनके जो बंड्स हैं, उनके जो रिवर बैंक्स हैं, उनकी स्ट्रेंथनिंग कर सके। तो आगे मल्टीपल डिपार्टमेंट्स इसमें मल्टी डिपार्टमेंटल अप्रोच इसमें ली जाती है एक्चुअली, और रेवेन्यू डिपार्टमेंट मेजर रोल प्ले करता है, ग्राउंड वाटर है, देन इरिगेशन, माइनर इरिगेशन, ये सब कुछ डिपार्टमेंट्स हैं जिनके ऑफिसर्स इसमें लगाए जाते हैं। उसके बिना ये होता नहीं है। तो ये हमने अपना इंटरनल होमवर्क करके इसको निकाला है कि सो दैट वी कैन प्रोसीड। स्टिल इसके बाद भी ऊपर भी कुछ रिवर्स दिख रही हैं, जो ब्लू कलर की लाइंस दिख रही हैं इस मैप में, उसको हमें अभी आइडेंटिफाई करना है, इनकी स्ट्रेचेस कितनी है, इनके नाम क्या है, कहाँ कहाँ जा रही है। इसमें फर्दर हमें फाइन ट्यूनिंग और माइक्रो एनालिसिस की जरूरत पड़ेगी। चलें आगे प्लीज। ये कुछ वर्क्स जो कि ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने मन की बात वगैरह में हाईलाइट किए हैं। ये कल्याणी रिवर बाराबंकी में काम कराया गया था, ये 1920 में हुआ था, तो और ये उसके दौरान भी हुआ जब कोविड वगैरह था। तो इसको हाईलाइट किया गया, ऑनरेबल पीएम ने वहाँ के वर्कर्स को, वहाँ के ऑफिसर्स को एडमायर किया, साथ में उसको रिकॉग्नाइज किया, क्योंकि वहाँ से वाटर बेसिकली वाटर लेवल ऊपर आ रहा है, इरिगेशन फैसिलिटी क्रिएट हो रही है, तो देन इट बिकम्स ए नेशनल यूज। आगे चलें प्लीज और दिखाते हैं कल्याण रिवर बाराबंकी का ही वो ये पिक्चर्स हैं, वहाँ की लोकल पिक्चर्स जो स्ट्रेंथनिंग हुई और प्लांटेशन हुआ, उसकी बिफोर एंड आफ्टर की पिक्चर्स लाइए प्लीज। नेक्स्ट लाइए। ये बिफोर एंड आफ्टर की पिक्चर है। सर्वे वगैरह कराया जाता है, उसमें लेबर मस्टरोल जारी करके लेबर लगाई जाती हैं, सिंस मॉर्निंग टिल इवनिंग काम चलते हैं वगैरह, जियो टैगिंग होगी, मतलब ये एक एग्जॉस्टिव बड़ी ही इंटरेस्टिंग टाइप की एक्सरसाइज है। वहाँ ढोलक भी बजती है, वहाँ खाना भी खाते हैं लोग, वहाँ पे उत्सव का माहौल रहता है, महिलाएं काम करती हैं वगैरह वगैरह, बच्चे खेलते हैं। तो ये सब काम जो है पूरा मैकेनाइज नहीं होता, बेसिकली इंटीग्रल होता है, ऑर्गेनिक होता है। लोग उससे इंटीग्रेट मतलब उससे एसोसिएट करते हैं। लाइए प्लीज। हाँ, तो इसमें लोकल किसान भी इन्वॉल्व होते हैं। जो हम एक लार्जर स्टेक होल्डर की हमें सर्च है कि कौन ऐसा है कि जो एग्जिट पॉलिसी कि हमारे जाने के बाद कौन देखेगा उसको, कौन उसको हैंडल करने वाला। आई कैन फॉर श्योर से कि वहाँ की कम्युनिटी देखेगी और मनरेगा देखेगी, क्योंकि हम लोग पे करते हैं किसी भी काम को कराने के लिए। तो आगे लाइए प्लीज। कुछ फोटोग्राफ ये अगेन जैसे महिलाएं वगैरह उसमें काम दिखाया गया है। ये लार्ज स्केल पे प्लांटेशन हुआ, ये प्लांटेशन सर्कल से बने हुए हैं, छोटे छोटे सर्कल, ये प्लांटेशन के हैं। बैम्बू उसमें लगा, साइड में वायरिंग की गई है जिससे एनिमल वगैरह उसमें नहीं जाए या ना गिरे। चले आगे प्लीज, नेक्स्ट लाइए। ये कुछ और वाटर कंजर्वेशन एफर्ट जो कि अयोध्या में तमसा रिवर का रिजोनेशन, जिसको नेशनल रिसोर्स मिनिस्ट्री ने फर्स्ट प्राइज दिया, उसके बाद हरदोई में वाटर कंजर्वेशन सेकंड प्राइज मिला नेशनल लेवल पे, एंड मिर्जापुर की कर्णावती जिसका भी आगे फर्दर में फोटो दिखाऊंगा, उसमें थर्ड प्राइज मिला ये रिवर रिजोनेशन में। चले आगे प्लीज, दिखाएं तमसा की क्या स्थिति है। तमसा जनरली वो बहुत ही शलो हो गई थी, साथ में उसमें एनक्रोचमेंट भी हो गया था, कुछ उसमें कूड़ा वगैरह भी लोग डालने लगे थे। उसको साफ करके उसको प्रॉपर शेप में लाने के लिए लोकल कम्युनिटीज के जब लोग बड़ी मात्रा में लगाए गए, बड़े नंबर्स में लगाए गए, तो वापस वो शेप में आई। उसमें मनरेगा में मशीन से काम नहीं होता है, मतलब जेसीबी नहीं आ सकती हमारी साइट पे कभी भी। जो कुछ भी करेंगे हम अपने कसी फावड़ा उसी से करेंगे जो लोकल इंप्लीमेंट्स है। जब कभी पत्थर वत्थर कोई आ गया, कोई ऐसी चीज आ गई कि जो कि ह्यूमनली पॉसिबल नहीं है, दैट टाइम मशीन का इंटरवेंशन किया जाता है। तो ये तमसा का फोटोग्राफ। देन आगे चलें, ये हरदोई में ये वाटर कंजर्वेशन कैटेगरी अलग थी, जिसमें कुछ वहाँ सोक पेट, रिचार्ज पेट, चेक डैम्स, वो सब बनाए गए थे। तो इसके मल्टीपल टाइप के फोटोग्राफ्स दिखाए गए जिसमें सेकंड प्राइज मिला है। एंड कर्णावती में रिवर का रिजुवनेशन हुआ था, ये सॉरी इसमें मिर्जापुर में कर्णावती रिवर थी, तो उसमें ओके हाँ यस, तो ये उसको मीडिया ने भी कवरेज दिया एंड देन लोकल लोगों का फायदा। आगे चलें, चित्रकूट मंदाकिनी रिवर जो कि सबसे पहले उसमें ली गई थी 2018-19 में, उसको भी नेशनल वाटर रिसोर्स मिनिस्ट्री ने अवार्ड किया था, और वो एक अच्छा एग्जाम्पलरी काम था उसका। मैं जीआईएस आपको वो दिखाता हूँ, आगे क्या है, सैटेलाइट इमेज दिखाता हूँ। चलिए आगे प्लीज। ये 2017, 18, 18, 19 और 19 के ये पिक्चर है, एक ही डेट के पिक्चर है बेसिकली, और ये सेम कर्वेचर से उसका देखने की कोशिश की गई है। ब्लैक वाला पोर्शन वाटर को दिखाता है, व्हाइट वाला पोर्शन जो है वो सैंड वगैरह को दिखाता है। तो जब इसके आसपास के जो तालाब थे, कुएं थे, उनको रिजुवनेट किया गया, प्लांटेशन किया गया, स्ट्रेंथनिंग की गई रिवर बैंक्स की, तो वाटर जो लेवल है उसी स्पेसिफिक मंथ में ऑफ द ईयर में वो लेवल उसका इंप्रूव हुआ, और आसपास वाटर रिचार्ज भी पॉसिबल हुआ। तो इसी को देखते हुए ये यहाँ के डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट, सीडीओ वगैरह को अवार्ड किया गया नेशनल लेवल पे। चले आगे, ये वाली स्लाइड को मैं अभी डिस्कस नहीं करूंगा, ये भी प्रॉब्लम की स्लाइड है, इसको भी नहीं करूंगा, इसके बाद में लाएंगे। अभी तक जो आगे लाइए प्लीज। हाँ, अभी तक जो रिवर रिजुवनेशन हुए हैं उसका ये वाला वो है पिक्चर है, नहीं वो यूपी का वो लाइए मैप, यहाँ पे 36 डिस्ट्रिक्ट लिखे हुए हैं। हाँ आगे आगे, इससे आगे, इससे आगे, yes, और आगे हाँ ये मैं आपको सर एक कंसोलिडेटेड तरीके से दिखाना चाह रहा हूँ कि अभी तक ये वाला जो पोर्शन है यूपी का, यूपी की मनरेगा ने उसको टच किया है। इसमें ये नंबर ऑफ डिस्ट्रिक्ट जो ग्रीन वाले दिख रहे हैं, इसमें ये नदियां थी, और ये नंबर ऑफ रिवर जो है 25 इस तरफ लिखी हुई है, इनको हमने टच किया है। इसका मैं एंड टू एंड क्लेम नहीं कर सकता हूँ कि टॉप टू बॉटम इसका सबका सब क्लियर हो गया है, सब नदियां चलने लगी हैं, बट हाँ क्योंकि हमारे भी लिमिटेड एक्सपीरियंस थे, बड़े प्रोजेक्ट मनरेगा में नहीं लिए जाते। मनरेगा में 2 लाख, 3 लाख, 4 लाख, 5 लाख प्रोजेक्ट लिए जाते, तालाब वालाब खुदाई होती, तो वही चल रहा था पिछले 8-10 सालों से। तो उसको थोड़ा सा रिवर्ट करने के लिए हम किलोमीटर्स में अब प्रोजेक्ट लेने शुरू हुए, लीनियर उसमें लेने शुरू, तो उसका एक्सपीरियंस हमें धीरे धीरे मोमेंटम गेन हो रहा है। पर हमारी टेक्निकल एक्सपर्टीज अभी भी लिमिटेड है। मतलब हम लोग वेबकॉस से हमने डीपीआर बनवाने की कोशिश की थी, तो उन्होंने बहुत हैफ्टी बड़े प्राइसेस बताए थे वेबकॉस ने, तो हमने उसे विड्रॉ कर लिया कि हमारे पास इतना फाइनेंशियल माइट नहीं है कि हम आपको इतना पैसा दे पाए। तो टेक्निकल साइड हमारी अभी भी वीक है, जिसमें ये जो इंटरेक्शन हो रहे हैं सर के साथ, प्रोफेसर के साथ, आई नो कि इससे हमें कुछ बेनिफिट होंगे। आगे लाइए प्लीज। ये जब हम डिस्ट्रिक्ट इसका डिवीजन देखते हैं, ये माइक्रो प्लानिंग जो है बेसिकली मनरेगा में करनी पड़ती है, और माइक्रो प्लानिंग के बिना रिवर रिजुवनेशन पॉसिबल नहीं है। कितने विलेज कवर होंगे, कितने किलोमीटर जाएगी, कहाँ पे कब काम शुरू होगा, कितनी लेबर लगाई जाएगी, वगैरह वगैरह। ये वाली जो माइक्रो प्लानिंग है, ये माइक्रो प्लानिंग का एक नेशनल MIS बनाने की हमें जरूरत है, जो कि अभी हमारे पास नहीं बना हुआ है। डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल की और हेडक्वार्टर लेवल की एक मिक्स एफर्ट रहती है, उनको थोड़ा कोऑर्डिनेट करके सबको आगे चलाया जाता है। MIS बनाने पे हमें इसका एक मेजर गेन हो जाएगा कि सबको क्लैरिटी रहेगी कि कब कहाँ पे कितनी लेबर लगनी है, कोई हैफेजर्ड तरीके से नहीं चल सकता। चलें आगे प्लीज। ये मंदाकिनी चित्रकूट में 83 किलोमीटर 38 किलोमीटर किया गया। देन आगे लाइए प्लीज, सही के बाद लाइए आगे। हाँ, मंदाकिनी चित्रकूट 38, देन टेढ़ी नदी बहराइच गोंडा में 366 किलोमीटर्स, कुल किलोमीटर्स बताए गए। फिर उसके बाद कहाँ से कहाँ तक इसको किया गया वो चीज इसमें वो डिटेल बनाई गई है। चलते रहिए आगे। नाउ आई एम एंडिंग। ये ससुर खदेरी वगैरह, देन मोरवा, सोत नदी, बांध, ये तो कुछ जो हमारे GIS एक्सपर्ट्स हैं वो मैप बना के देते हैं, उससे वी ट्राई टू एक्सप्लेन टू आवर ऑफिसर्स कि भाई ऐसे करके दिस प्रोजेक्ट विल बी टेकन अप एंड विल गो हेड। ओके, ये फिर अगेन फोटोग्राफ्स को शुरू कर रहे हैं सर। वरुणा नदी है ये, बेसिकली ये प्रयागराज में वरुणा नदी को टेकअप किया गया था। ये वाला उसके कुछ अलग वो है, ये इस तरीके से लगती है। ये कुछ प्लांटेशन वगैरह करते हैं, स्ट्रेंथनिंग करते हैं, मतलब ये हमारा क्लियर है कि हमें उसमें क्या क्या करना है। चले आगे प्लीज। ये आपको हम मीडिया की कवरेज दिखाते हैं कि क्या क्या मीडिया में बेसिकली कैसे फ्लैश हुआ, कोरोना में कैसे हम लोग सपोर्ट कर पाए नदियों के थ्रू, और लार्ज लेबर जो लार्ज चंक ऑफ लेबर आया था उसके थ्रू। चले आगे प्लीज, लाइए नेक्स्ट लाइए। ये सब नदियों से संबंधित रिपोर्टिंग है जो इसमें हम लोग लेबर लगा के उससे हम लोग सपोर्ट कर पाए। वरुणा के बारे में है। चलें आगे प्लीज। ये हाँ अगेन वही उसी का, चलें आगे नेक्स्ट लाइए प्लीज। यस ओडी रिवर ललितपुर की है। यस चलें आगे। ओडी रिवर में भी डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट ललितपुर को मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ वाटर रिसोर्सेज ने अवार्ड किया था। उन्होंने इसमें ललितपुर में बड़ी मेहनत कराई थी ये डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट, और ये इनके भी सेमिनार कराए गए थे। डॉक्टर राजन सिंह वहाँ पहुंचे थे, उनके वहाँ पे वो मीटिंग वगैरह कराई, लोगों को मोटिवेट किया गया था, मास मूवमेंट बनाने की कोशिश की गई थी। चले आगे प्लीज। ये सब ओडी रिवर में काम करते हुए वर्कर्स हैं सर। चले आगे प्लीज। हाँ यस नेक्स्ट नेक्स्ट प्लीज। हाँ चले। ये आउटपुट दिखाई गई फाइनली, बेसिकली क्या हमारा आउटपुट निकलता है वो, मतलब इट इज क्वाइट विजिबल के चेंजेस लाए जा सकते हैं, जो कि तेलंगाना, आंध्र प्रदेश और महाराष्ट्र का मैंने देखे हैं, उनके वाटर कंजर्वेशन प्लान्स बने हुए हैं। एंड उसमें कई सारी चीजें वो लोग टेक्निकल चलते रही अब टेक्निकली करते हैं। तो हम यूपी में भी मैं चाह रहा हूँ कि कंजर्वेशन प्लान्स वगैरह यहाँ पे बने, एंड हम बहुत सिस्टमेटिकली फंड्स को अच्छे से यूज कर पाए बेसिकली। तो ये डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स ने अपने अपने प्रेजेंटेशन, अपने फोटोग्राफ्स वगैरह भेजे हुए, उसका कलेक्शन है। तो इस तरीके से फ्रॉम माय साइड इतना ही, एंड थैंक यू वेरी मच सर फॉर गिविंग मी द अपॉर्चुनिटी अगेन टू इंटरेक्ट विद द हाईएस्ट gentry of the country. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for giving such an interesting information. I think it is an eye opener for many of us that how the river conservation, regeneration efforts are going on in the country, particularly in the state of Uttar Pradesh, which is essentially a part of the Ganga basin. And eventually this is going to feed into the mainstream of Ganga, higher order rivers. So thank you very much. And I'm sure there is a lot of scope for us to collaborate, Ganga, NMCG, and the Manrega program. And I'm sure we should be able to take it to the next level and also increase its effectiveness in times to come. Thank you again, and back to NMCG, please.
As said by Dr. Tare, a very impressive presentation sharing Manrega UP's dedicated work towards bringing water and water resources back to its healthy self. Thank you so much, respected Shri Yogesh Kumarji, Additional Commissioner, Manrega UP. 6th India Water Impact Summit में अब हम आपको एक वीडियो दिखाना चाहेंगे। जो कि सुंदरबंस पे है। वीडियो जो कि बनाया गया है माइक पांडे द्वारा। Mr. Pandey is a very famous Indian filmmaker specializing in films about wildlife and environment. In fact, he has won over 300 awards for spreading the awareness about environment. And before we show this video, our respected DG NMCG Shri Rajiv Ranjan Mishra ji, sir, would like to say a few words on this video and the subject. Over to you, sir, please.
Thank you, and I once again compliment Yogesh for giving an excellent presentation, sensitizing this conference about ground level work which is happening, because that's something which really makes a difference. So thank you, Yogesh, and I must compliment you and all the people, various district magistrates in UP who have been taking up the small river rejuvenation as a kind of priority item in Manrega. Today we are on the 5th day, the last day of this summit, and as we are all aware, we have been deliberating upon different stretches of the river and different aspects of the river. Every day the plenary looked at different aspects, and then we have been deliberating upon different issues, different challenges. So today we are joined by Manu Bhatnagar ji from Intec, who will talk about islands. We started with small rivers with Yogesh, and Dr. Anurag Dhande will talk more specifically about Sundarbans. And just as you heard, Mr. Mike Pandey was also supposed to join us today, but he is not keeping good health, so he did what he is best at, being a Green Oscar winner for 3 times. So he expressed himself through a small short movie on Sundarbans, which you are going to see very shortly. I would like to share a few thoughts from my side. See, when we talk about Ganga Rejuvenation or Namami Gange Mission, I think sometimes we do not give due importance to these very unique ecosystems. Uh, Namami Gange mission is a comprehensive mission, as we are all aware, based upon scientific assessment of the basin, and that's why we have been able to look at different aspects, and that's why we found that perhaps the Sundarbans or the deltas of the river need to be taken up in a much more...
Can I request NMCG to raise the voice a little bit?
Okay. Can it be done?
Thank you.
Okay. Is it better now? Tare Saab?
Yes.
Okay, okay. So I think this delta is very unique, and we are all aware about the importance of this delta, the largest, the world's largest delta. This is also World Heritage Site. This is also a Ramsar site. So I think we have all kinds of global recognition for Sundarban Delta. But before we come to the delta, I think right from beginning of the river, everywhere you have river islands. And when you come to Sundarban, we come to delta, then also you deal with lot of islands. I mean, the innumerable islands you will see. It is a very, very unique ecosystem. And that's why perhaps there is need to have a much more focused attention. I'm not saying that people are not doing it. Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change is having a special program. Today we are going to listen from Sundarban office of WWF talking about it. So they are working. A state government of West Bengal also has a separate department for Sundarbans, and then I have a lot of interaction with the ACS environment from Sundarbans in different meetings. So he also talks about some of the special programs which they have taken up for Sundarbans. The crisis of Sundarban or the vulnerability of Sundarban is also becoming very clear. And we are all aware, I mean, it's fresh in our memory. There are several cyclones. If you see last 3 years, we, I think, had 4 cyclones in tropical cyclones in last 3 years. Yas, Bulbul, Fani. I mean, there were several cyclones we were all aware, and they're damaging the ecosystem. This is very, very important ecosystem to look at. Similarly, the other river islands are also very important ecosystems. Sometimes we also lack, especially for the other river islands, Sundarban being so large, I mean, there is a department, there is lot more care, but some of the other river islands lying in different parts of this river Ganga, and when I say Ganga means its tributaries and all these small rivers which just now we heard about Manrega. So all these things, there is need to have a kind of systematic study and then document some of these river islands, their features, and I think Mr. Bhatnagar is going to talk little more in detail about that why it is important. What kind of regulatory framework is there or not there? I mean, what kind of framework is required to really protect these islands? Now, coming back to Sundarbans, I think I am also working on a book on Ganga, and then while I was reading several books while writing my thoughts, I think something which is very startling, I mean something which really shook me. I mean, it's basically a few lines from the book, The Hungry Tide by Mr. Amitav Ghosh. I think I'm quite sure several of you would have read that book, but right in the beginning of the book, it very clearly, it almost stimulates us to think about this ecosystem in a very, very different way. I think I will just read few lines, few quotes, because that will give the right kind of understanding about this river and their uniqueness. The islands are the trailing threads of India's fabric, the ragged fringe of her sari, the aanchal that follows her, half wetted by the sea. They number in the thousands, these islands. Some are immense, some no larger than sandbar. Some have lasted through recorded history, while others were washed into being just a year or two ago. So I think this very clearly says shows in a very unique way, in a very powerful way about the uniqueness. Then again, another very unique feature is, again he narrates very clearly that how changes takes place. Suddenly forests are submerged, suddenly these mangroves come up. there is a tide, but here in the tide, transformation is the rule of life. Rivers stray from week to week, and islands are made and unmade in days. In other places, forests take centuries, even millennia, to regenerate, but mangroves can recolonize denuded islands in 10 to 15 years. These are rivers' restitution, the offerings through which they return to the earth what they have taken from it. The river channels are spread across the land like a fine mesh net, creating a terrain where the boundaries between land and water are always mutating, always unpredictable. So I think the spirit of continuity, the spirit of change from sea water to fresh water, and the ecology, the purpose. Often people think that if the river is going into the sea, all the water must be utilized. Perhaps there is no function, there is no use if all this water goes into the sea. But I think deep down ecologically, I mean, there is nothing better engineer or creator than nature. So I think there was a purpose why fresh water also goes into sea. It also carries silt. It also does that, because if you do not do that, perhaps the river will start losing, and then perhaps sea will start reclaiming some land. I think that's not something which is not happening. That's also happening. So these are some of the challenges. I'm quite sure the expert panelists will deliberate upon some of these issues also. But the challenges are many. I mean, today the deltas of Ganga are facing a crisis of existence. I think that is where perhaps there is need to deliberate, improve our knowledge. This is also a very rich area in biodiversity. I think this is a land, this is a place where you have the Royal Bengal tiger. I mean, you have tigers, you also have dolphins. And this is one place where you have got the national animal as well as the national aquatic animal habitat at one place. So I think you have that. There are several world species. I think we will get experts talk about that. So I think it's our mandate, it's our duty to know more about it, sensitize all the people. And what Yogesh was talking earlier about going to the community, and restoration of small rivers should be done not like a government program but like a celebration. He was talking about that. He was talking about Ganga Prahari, people taking over. So I think that is something which needs to be done. And Sundarban, if you look at its heritage and history, I think there is lot which has happened there. I mean, there are a lot of traditions. These traditions teach us how there could be equitable sharing of resources and food among human and tigers. And once we are, I mean, there are several stories of local folklores of born baby pujo, and I think how people have certain practices of putting a kind of mask, a tiger mask on the back of their head and going there, because their livelihood is very much dependent upon these forests. And over a period of time, there has been certain changes happening in that, and that's the kind of challenge perhaps we have to face. We have to look at that. The challenge of living with tiger, sharing the natural resources, and as I have been telling right from the first day of this session, river does not belong to humans only. I mean, this is about river resource allocation. This is about talking about what are the different resources, who are all stakeholders. So I think non-humans are also stakeholders in this river, the tigers, the dolphins, the fish. I think they also have a right over its water, its sand, its sediments. I think that is something which perhaps we have to get ourselves sensitized. We have to look at the entire river in totality. We have to also look at different aspects of its ecosystem and look at that how all these things are going to take place, how we can combine all of them. And that is where, before I end, I will just introduce you to Mr. Mike Pandey's work. National Geographic Channel is making a documentary on Ganga. They call it the Ganga, the River from Sky. Mr. Mike Pandey recently had visited Ganga Sagar area and then Sundarbans area and different parts of Ganga. We all know he is a noted filmmaker, a noted conservationist who has got 3 times Green Oscars. So we had also invited him because he is very passionate about Sundarbans. He is very passionate about Ganga also. So I think we thought that having visited that area and coming back, he would share some thoughts. Unfortunately, he is not able to physically join this thing because of some health issues. But he still, in spite of that, he sent some movie clip. So let's watch that. I think that will tell you about the importance of the ecology and importance of saving this area. And then this will be followed by Dr. Anurag Dhande talking about Sundarbans little more in detail, little more in a knowledgeable way. What I talked mostly from my heart. I think in my common sense feelings, but I think he is going to give us much more insight, technical insight about that. And that will be followed by Mr. Manu Bhatnagar. I think my colleague Ashok very rightly said, he has educated this mission on several aspects of this river. River is not only to be rejuvenated by engineering or science. River also has a cultural identity. And knowing that cultural identity, documenting the cultural heritage of the river, we are working with INTAC to develop the natural heritage profile, the built heritage profile, and also intangible heritage profile of the river. While doing that, I think this idea came that perhaps we should also work a little more closely to document, to take the cause of river islands. So I think he is going to talk about that and tell us about what more needs to be done. And NMCG would be very happy to be partnering. I mean, I think all these institutions are working with us. For a small river to be included in Manrega as one of the priority item in 2019, we worked with the Rural Development Ministry, and all these things were, the guidelines were issued. And I'm quite aware about several young officers taking interest now. I think what Yogesh showed you about some of the prizes, but those who even did not get awarded, I think I must compliment all the young officers at the field level doing great work, and then perhaps it's a scaling up. We need to scale it up more. We need to give technical support, and I think all of this NMCG would be very happy to be joining and then scaling it up and contributing in that. So once again, I welcome all the panelists, all the participants, and I hand over for the joy of watching a small movie on Sundarbans. Mahia.
Can we have the video, please? This is the video by Mike Pandey.
On the eastern coast of India lies the largest delta in the world, the Sundarbans. Traveling over 2,525 kilometers, the Ganga ends its journey into the Bay of Bengal, forming the most biodiverse mangrove ecosystem. Sundarbans Biosphere Reserve and the wetlands it holds covers more than 40,000 square kilometers, the largest mangrove ecosystems on Earth, making them critical areas not only for India, but for the entire planet. Mostly dominated by Sundari trees, its deep, impenetrable forests hides a diversity of species. This biodiversity hotspot is a declared UNESCO World Heritage Site and a Ramsar Site, a global heritage. This area comprises over 105 islands. 52 of them are home and a support system to the local communities. More than 4.5 million people depend on these wetlands for their basic needs and livelihood. The Ganga Delta provides them with fresh water for drinking and agriculture. Food, firewood, and timber to construct homes with. And most importantly, land to build on and to farm on. These local communities depend on fish and rice for their sustenance. These mangroves are also a refuge and spawning area for 172 species of fish and many other ocean life forms. They are also the largest home of the Royal Bengal tiger and many other support species like the horseshoe crabs, the oldest living fossil on the planet. But over the last 100 years, a large area of the mangrove cover has suffered a loss. Climate change, illegal cutting have taken a toll. Climate change has had an effect on the water levels of the Ganga, which could impact the life of the local communities and their livelihoods. Especially the annual fish production. Efforts are on various fronts to ensure a smooth flow of water and to protect the shoreline. Protection of shoreline is the only way forward to fight the challenges of climate change. 14 nurseries, each with 6 species of mangroves, have been set up in the Sundarban area by the Forest Department in the hope that these young saplings will become the guardians of the Sundarban coast. Ensuring a safe future for the delta and the river Ganges. The need is for a sustainable future through management of resources, especially water, the element that promises life.
Can we have a round of applause for this beautiful video, very impressive video on Sundarbans, video by 3 times Green Oscars winner, Mr. Mike Pandey. And just before this video, respected DG Sir shared his thoughts on this video and of course on today's session. Respected Sir's passion towards bringing up the quality of the climate and especially bringing up the quality of the rivers of our country comes across the way he has dedicatedly and unstoppably working towards this cause. Thank you so much, sir. And yes, as this video says कि सुंदरबन एक बहुत ही important region है जिसके ऊपर अब हम आगे बात करने वाले हैं हमारे इसी summit के session में, और इस पे अपने विचार शेयर करने के लिए मैं इनवाइट करना चाहूँगी हमारे अगले गेस्ट को. He is Dr. Anurag Dhanda, Director Sundarbans Program Office WWF. The Sundarbans Delta region is among the largest in the world, measuring about 40,000 square kilometers. It's huge. Lying in the low coastal zone makes this region more vulnerable to floods, earthquakes, cyclones, sea level rise and coastal erosions. It is important to conserve Sundarbans. WWF in 2007, they established a dedicated Sundarbans program to address issues of biodiversity conservation and especially climate change. We are pleased to be joined by the Director of Sundarbans Program Office, WWF, Dr. Anurag Dhanda. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm grateful to NMCG and the Center for Ganga Basin Management Studies and Professor Tare in particular. It's very heartening to see the DG Sir's enthusiasm for the region of the Sundarbans, so thank you very much. What Mike Pandey is able to do through his films is obviously unparalleled. I will not even attempt to tread that area. However, I will share my understanding of the region. I came to the region in 1997, though I did not grow up in this part of the country, but somehow this region sucked me in, and I have remained in this area and pretty much worked all of my working life here, for which I'm also grateful to WWF India. I have a short presentation to make. I think I will be able to share it and it should be visible. Can I have a confirmation that this is visible?
Absolutely, sir. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I will be speaking about the impact and importance of river resource allocation in the context of the Delta. But I will also talk about the way I visualize the resources. This is courtesy one of my mentors, Professor Jointo Pandyopadhyay. Some of you might be aware of his thought process. He's been my mentor for a fairly long time when I started my PhD, and therefore influence shows. The region we are obviously talking about is the very end of the Ganga Basin, the Sundarbans. And often we are looking for solutions in the region for the challenges faced in the region. But as you can see from this illustration that I have attempted in this slide, is anything and everything that happens in the basin has a bearing on the Sundarbans. Therefore, not all of the challenges can be addressed in the region itself. Much of it has to be addressed further upstream. When ED Sir Ashok Kumarji was, providing his opening remarks, he talked about movement of rivers and how civilizations have either come up or disappeared from various areas, and he referred to the Indus Valley civilization. If you look at this slide, it is coterminous with the Indus Valley civilization, parts of the largest delta in the world. The Indian part of the delta is restricted to the lobe that you can see on the leftmost, the G1, and this is fairly young in geological times. It is only about 5,000 years old at its oldest. And therefore, changes are inevitable. DG Sir, when he was reading out excerpts from Amitav Ghosh's Hungry Tide, it became apparent, and I have learned it through my experience in the region, that impermanence in the region is permanent, is forever changing, metamorphosing from one state to another. And our conception of the region needs to bear this fact in mind. We often tend to miss this. And this we've been taught to miss during the colonial times. So while I do take the blame for losing sight, but we can correct ourselves, but this is what we inherited and sometimes continue to persist with it. But the challenges are now such that we need to think differently. And this is the extent of the forest in the 1830s that is referred to as the Sundarbans. As you can see, it was right at the edge of the city of Kolkata. And now it has moved further south, and we are only left with a small fraction. Even then, it makes it the largest contiguous mangrove patch anywhere on the planet. And of course, as Digi sir himself said, and we heard in Mike Pandey's film, that this is one of the most biodiverse mangrove ecosystems anywhere in the world. Coming back to the importance of river resources and their allocation between competing claims, both human and non-human claims, I would say. To me, the resources are, of course, water, energy, biodiversity, and sediment. So it is webs, so to say. And allocation of all of these resources amongst competing demands is to be borne in mind and has its impact and implications. Because of the challenges we face as a nation and have faced since independence, of course, we've overcome several of those and continue to do that as days progress. But we also lose sight of the impacts it has at very far-flung areas. To give you an example, water has both consumptive demands as well as navigational demands. Consumptive demands would be agriculture, industry, and domestic uses of water, and water gets diverted from the river at every stretch where water is needed for agricultural purposes. So when we are thinking of the Sundarbans as an ecosystem or the delta as being part of the lowest stretch of the river, we also need to think of the crop choices that we make. If we make crop choices further upstream that are water intensive, obviously water will have to be abstracted from the river and diverted to support that irrigation. Establishment of industry also demands a lot of water, and NMCG and even prior efforts by Government of India. I mean, when I was new to the area, I would keep hearing of the Gange Action Plan in two different phases, actually, that have been looking at cleaning up the river Gange. That effort needs to continue, but nevertheless, we need to figure out ways to meet the demands of navigation as well as consumption. When I talk of navigation, and DG sir mentioned the presence of the national animal in the Sundarbans as well as the national aquatic animal. We have the national aquatic animal in the river Hooghly and various pockets. It is fairly well documented for a fairly long time now. We also need to look at navigational demands, which are only going to rise, which results in loss of habitat at times, death of animals, and we need to find ways to be able to do both. We want the national aquatic animal to persist without compromising navigability. And when Yogesh Kumarji was speaking, I found it extremely inspirational and see ideas forming in my head, which I'm happy to share with my interactions with the state government here. I will certainly do it. It gives me an idea that places that are habitat for river dolphins could be, manually modified so as to separate the navigation channel and the refuge for this endangered species. That comes to my mind as an option. Energy as a resource in water, because it's the lowest, there is hardly much energy left. But even then, every time we obstruct the flow, we dissipate that energy even further, which is necessary for geomorphological processes. Essentially, flushing. In the absence of that flushing, we frequently see situations where the water level keeps rising. On top of that, we have sea level rise because of temperature rise. So that's the allocation of the energy component at the lower stretches. We have allocation of biodiversity. Biodiversity has both intrinsic and instrumental value. I just mentioned the river dolphins, which has intrinsic value, particularly to organizations like the one that I work for and represent very proudly. And it is also supporting livelihoods and providing food, particularly to those who are dependent on non-vegetarian sources of protein. And then we have sediment. Without the sediment flow, we would not have had the delta to begin with. And obviously land fertilization, revitalization of land from periodic flooding of, I'm referring to freshwater floods now, that provides these services. So allocation of resources would need to take all of this mind. However, as the river Hooghly reaches the Sundarbans, these are some of the obstructions and discontinuities that the river and its tributaries and distributaries face. All on the left are non-Himalayan rivers. They are trees to the river Hooghly, and the black pin marks are essentially the discontinuities that has stopped bringing fresh water to areas of the Sundarbans, and the high biodiversity is at stake. If we look at all of Sundarbans, stretching from the Sagar Island, on which the Hindu pilgrimage of Ganga Sagar is, to its very eastern extremity near Cox's Bazar in Bangladesh, we will notice a qualitative difference in vegetation and, of course, faunal diversity. Simply because Brahmaputra as a river is less intervened, brings in water and sediment to a greater extent than the Ganges and Hooghly is able to do. Part of it is due to the natural slope of the land, and part of it is to do with human intervention over ages and centuries at this time. The mangrove growth in the eastern extremity is luxuriant. Our mangrove plants are dwarfs as compared to what is seen in the eastern extremity, and therefore restoration of these discontinuities is an idea that needs to be forwarded, pursued, and Yogesh Kumarji's presentation, very inspirational to me, that Manrega could be the scheme that could provide fresh water and, I would say restore, provide fresh water and sediment flow into the Indian part of the Sundarbans. There is already published research on the discontinuities, and therefore accessing information would not be a challenge. With sea level rise and discontinuity of freshwater flow, sediment flow has its implications on land and the biodiversity supports, including land and islands in particular, on which human populations persist, and they have persisted for a period in different parts of the Sundarbans from 1770s onwards, some as recently as 1940s. This is the time during which Sundarbans has come to be occupied by the current population density. But there are archaeological remains dating back to several thousands of years, That means this place has had human population, but for one reason or the other, that population came to dissipate. However, we've had continuous occupation of this space by humans since the 1770s. And we are witnessing mangrove change within the Indian part. Of course, there is some amount of change also in the Bangladesh part. In the Indian part, we are losing mangrove overall, although there is, it's a dynamic system. There is some loss, some gain, but overall we are at a loss, and not all of it can be attributed to human action. It is also due to the amount of salt water now coming in. Sundarban probably got its name from Sundari. Sundari is a species that does not tolerate a lot of salinity. In the absence of freshwater flow, with rising sea level and further movement of the tidal prism further inland, existence of Sundari is at stake, so much so that the Indian part of the Sundarbans, the naturally forested area, hardly has any Sundari. Hardly. We still see standing stocks in Bangladesh, but again, it is not only the change in the water dynamics, it is also, again, because of the way the colonial administration perceived that region as a resource and exploited the region. Sundari is also a major timber tree. The railhead was extended to the Sundarbans from the city of Kolkata, the Shialda station, in the 1860s itself. So it demanded a lot of timber. Canning itself was part of the forested area, which had to be cleared to establish what is now as Canning town. We are also losing land in the area. In the absence of the balance, I mean, any delta area would prograde if the river is able to bring a greater amount of influence into the system. When that river loses that capacity, it is of course the ocean then that starts exerting that influence. We are losing land, both inhabited and naturally forested. We are experiencing net land loss. And because this platform is taking into account the dynamics, the resource allocation for the Delta region, my submission is we look for solutions not only within the region, but in the entire basin. I will stop here. Thank you very much for your attention and the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anurag, for the insightful presentation. This is 6th India Water Impact Summit, जिसमें river inlands, a neglected aspect of rivers. इस पे अपने विचार शेयर करने के लिए अब मैं इनवाइट करना चाहूँगी श्री मनु भटनागर जी को, प्रिंसिपल डायरेक्टर, Natural Heritage Division, INTAC. Mr. Manu Bhatnagar has done his master's in regional planning from Cornell University, USA. He has expertise in urban planning, urban biodiversity, environment planning, regional landscapes, drawing up lake conservation management plans, crafting urban water policy, and unconventional wastewater treatment. His work experience spans over countries like India, Thailand, and USA. Shri Manu Bhatnagar ji, can we have a round of applause for him, please?
Right. Thank you for the introduction. And I express my gratefulness to the DG NMCG for having invited me to give a small presentation, as also to Professor Vinod Tare for having me over here. We have been working with the National Mission for Clean Ganga for the last 2-3 years. And our work has spanned documentation of natural, cultural and architectural heritage along the main stem of the river, all the way from Gangotri up to the Bay of Bengal. Now, during the course of these surveys, which have been carried out in 51 districts, we have not completed all 51, but we have to complete 51 districts, but we have covered the majority of them. An aspect of natural heritage struck me, that was the river islands, which occurred mainly in the alluvial stretch of the river, not in the mountain stretch, but the moment the river comes down into the plains at Hardwar, you start encountering river islands. मैं बोल दूंगा, आप चला दीजिएगा. मैं बोल दूंगा तो आप चला दीजिएगा. अच्छा, ठीक, thank you. So we start encountering river islands the moment the river touches into the plains, and the velocity of the flow declines, enabling the settlement of sediments at some obstacle or the other. Now, we thought it would be a good idea to look at these islands, how they are being used, what can be the options about them, what are the issues regarding their jurisdictions, their administrative aspects, and so on. And I'll just take you to the presentation, which will bring out some of these issues. Now, just by way of definition, any landmass which arises above the surface level of the waters can be considered an island. Now, this could be a group of rocks, it could be a sandbar, it could be an emergent soil block, and over a period of time these begin to stabilize and become these river islands. Now, how do river islands form? Basically, the sediment encounters some kind of obstacle and starts settling over there. Ultimately the sediments which come with the subsequent flows, they start aggregating around that obstacle. And on the head of the island, that is on the upstream side, the aggregation effects add to the soil mass. And on the tail end side, the downstream side, there is a certain amount of degradation effect. And then through seed rain, that is seed brought in by wind, by birds and maybe other animals, you have certain amount of vegetation which comes in, and with this vegetation the erosion aspects decline and the island begins to stabilize. And you will find that most of these islands, they have an elongated shape along the course of the river, and the river gets braided at the head of the island, and you find that there's an elongated mass. And since the adding and subtraction effects take place, you may even find, if you look at the time series, that the island seems to be traveling somewhat. Now, I've also wondered what can be the effect of two forces on river islands. One is, the dams, which arrest a lot of silt behind their barriers, and also about the excessive soil erosion which is carrying so much of topsoil in our country towards the sea. Now, while on the one hand the dams arrest the movement of sediment and which would otherwise have been flowing in the river, on the other hand the erosion which is taking place at a fearsome rate, this is adding to the silt. So, what is the actual effect of these both these forces? I don't think that has been deeply studied, but it's worth studying how this helps to form islands. Because once the flow slows down due to the effect of dams, the river at the fag end of the monsoon is still carrying a lot of sediment, and with the slowing down of the flow, the settlement takes place. Now, these islands have several roles, and in the ecosystem of the river, we know that Majuli island, which is the largest river island in the world, although there is some contest about that now, but it harbors lot of biodiversity. It's a hotspot, and there are rare and endangered avifauna species over there. The island keeps on eroding, changing shape, and it also carries a lot of cultural heritage in it in the form of satras, the monasteries, which carry many old documents in it. Now, this island, in fact, has now been declared a district in Assam. Now, in Ganga River itself, we find that the islands in the river, they are, the refuge for a lot of fauna, which, because of the baldness of the banks have become bald, with farming reaching right up to the edge of the active channel. There is hardly any riparian vegetation left on the banks, and therefore the islands offer the last refuge for many species, including turtles. Now all this is getting disturbed because due to human pressure on the banks, we find that islands which were forested or widely vegetated, they are now becoming cultivated, and the wilderness is actually declining. So you find that some of these islands also act as wildlife corridors for the movement of several fauna, and I'll just show you some examples. And then the disappearing riparian vegetation on the banks is also to be found on these islands. So there is a lot of value in terms of ecosystem services from these islands, which is now under threat. See, the employment opportunities being limited in the formal and informal sector, many people find that survival means that they have to grow their own food. And with the limitations of land, you find that islands have become vulnerable. Now, we also found that the jurisdiction and ownership of land in these islands is also a very gray area. Sometimes these islands are to be found where the river is actually the boundary between two opposing left bank, right bank districts. And so they fall into a kind of a hole with neither administration sure as to who is exercising jurisdiction over those islands. And these islands can be fairly large, as I'll just show. So the legal status, the usufruct rights, the revenue, all is a gray area. And so with there not being any clear-cut policies and regulations for these islands, they are being used, or unwittingly, they are being used in a suboptimal manner. So we find that there are several areas, issues regarding the riverine islands, which need to be looked at more closely. Anthropogenic threats, that is the biggest thing. Quantifying the ecosystem services of undisturbed river islands and otherwise too. Who exercises jurisdiction? If the river is actually, with the NMCG, in fact, that itself is a gray area. So, should the NMCG exercise authority on the island-related matters, and so on? What is the typological classification of islands? Sandbars, soil-based, rocks, and so on. So, we need to know several of these issues which are in a gray zone. And then as I looked up some of the old matter, I found that there were a couple of acts. There was this Bengal regulations of 1825 regarding river islands, which was then extended to the Punjab rivers in 1872. Now, do these have any relevance at this stage? Does anybody know about them? And what do they say? So I think there are several, and then of course we need to look at the community views. What do the stakeholders want? Now, in certain places, habitations are beginning to develop on the islands. Should this be allowed or not? Now, let us have a look at some specific cases. So this is Gobrahi Diara. It is in Bihar between Bhagalpur and Katihar districts. And the area of this The area of this island is, around 92 square kilometers, and this Google image is of 2005. And here you can see that the island is, densely vegetated. Now, moving on to 2021, and you find that the same island has now become, there you find that if we go zoom in, you'll find that it has become a cultivated area. Most of the vegetation has vanished. It remains in the low-lying zones which are more susceptible to flooding, but the rest of the area has been become farm fields. And as you can see in this, does this pointer work? It seems the pointer doesn't operate, but you may even see where the word Gobrahi Diara is written in the middle, that you have these floodplain lakes, and the floodplain lakes, even the island can be in a sense a part of the floodplain. These are very huge lakes, 3.5, 4 kilometers long, and these offer a lot of habitation to migratory birds, other ducks, a lot of fish which may not be otherwise found in the channels now. Here's another case. This is the Raghopur Diara at Patna, and you find the city of Patna is on the southern side. This Diara, Raghopur Diara, is 250 square kilometers. It has, in fact, we have to look for it very closely, but I am told that there are archaeological elements also in Raghopur Diara. But now what has happened over a period of time, you find that settlements have grown. This has become an administrative block within the in Patna area, and it has a police station, it has post offices, a telephone exchange, and so a bridge is now being laid out for it. So is this the right way to go about allowing these wildlife refuges to become urbanized zones? It's a question. We cannot at this stage say right or wrong. Another one at Allahabad, and here you can see that the upstream side and the downstream side, they are still widely vegetated, but in between on the higher ground you are having cultivation. Lavayan Island, this is 30 square kilometers, and as you can see it is elongated along the course of the river. Just as the river enters the plains at Hardwar, now you have this series of islands, you have wildlife zones on both sides, and the islands in fact act, if you see the picture on the right, they act as wildlife corridors connecting the two banks and allow the movement of various animals, particularly deer, to cross over from one side to the other. So here you have a very densely braided situation and a large series of islands which as we have marked in our map, some are just with wild vegetation, and the yellow ones are they are much more cultivated. Now here I just picked up this image from the net, and this is an island abroad, and you can see an entire settlement has come up on the island. Now in the case of many of these European rivers, it is they do not face the same kind of flood situation as we have in the monsoons. Every year the river shrinks, and then it may become 30, 40 or even 100 times what it was during the months of the monsoon. So these are fairly stable islands, not vulnerable to flooding, and you can see there's an entire almost a township on these. Now here this is Gagron Fort. Gagron Fort is at the confluence of Kali Sindh river in Rajasthan, and this is in Jhalawar district. Kali Sindh and Ahu rivers. Ahu is a small river which is a tributary of Kali Sindh, and this is small fortress at a vantage point. Now so family lives there still, And this is Tipu Sultan's Srirangapatnam fort, which is also an island in the middle of the Kaveri river. And the fort would not have fallen but for the usual Indian habit where somebody has been bought off and betrays the cause. So it's a very large island with the fort in the middle of the river. And this is at Bhagalpur, the famous temple in the middle of the river on a rock island. Now, actually, this island has certainly not, developed due to forces, due to sediment flow or sediment arrestation at some point. It is because the river, which was flowing elsewhere, shifted course, and this outcrop came to be in the middle of the river. But all the same, it is a very well-known island, and so it's has got religious importance and attracts a lot of visitors too. And as I just told you earlier, so Assam's Majuli is going to has become the first river island district. It has a substantial population, and it has a lot of cultural elements with it. There's a lot of learning to be done from this island. And we hope to study many of these aspects, including some islands in Kaveri and in Mahi rivers in the south, for a comparative situation with the Ganga river islands. So with this, I would just like to end my talk over here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bhatnagar, for sharing your views and such an impactful presentation on river islands of our country. 6th India Water Impact Summit, Day 5, जिसमें अब मैं वोट ऑफ थैंक्स के लिए आदरपूर्वक आमंत्रण देना चाहूँगी ED Finance, NMCG, श्री रोजी अग्रवाल जी. Sir, could you please?
Thank you, Mahi. And good afternoon to all our distinguished panelists and all those who have joined us on this platform virtually and also here physically. The main theme of today's plenary discussion which arose was rivers belong to all of us, and therefore there is a need to ensure that if the rivers belong to all of us and also probably life beyond human life, we need to be sure that the resources of rivers are equally distributed to everybody who lives by the river or along the banks of the river. It was also very nice to see a silent revolution happening across various parts of the country, whether it was in UP, where we have wonderful Manrega scheme, devoted to rejuvenation of water bodies, small water bodies, or in the Delta region, as was brought out by Mr. Anurag Dhada also. Later we had a wonderful presentation by Mr. Manu Bhatnagar, who touched upon the river islands ecosystem and the need to conserving them. It's a beautiful ecosystem, and we all need to ensure that we conserve them, we protect them, and the resources of water which are fed by rivers are distributed equally across humanity and across all living creatures on the planet. So winding up the plenary sessions of 6th India Water Impact Summit today on the 14th of December, I would like to propose a vote of thanks, first of all, to Mr. Yogesh Kumar, Additional Commissioner, Manrega from UP, for a very wonderful presentation, very wonderful insight into what is happening on the ground. In fact, it reminds me of an exercise which we had carried out last year to identify some of the best districts along the bank of River Ganga. And during that exercise also, we came to know some of the wonderful works which are being done by district magistrates and collectors across the Ganga belt, including lot of efforts being taken to revive small water bodies, river streams, springs also. So what Mr. Yogesh brought out also was a wonderful effort which has been made on the ground, and hope it replicates not only in the Ganga belt but also across the country as well. Thank you, Mr. Yogesh, for a wonderful and a precise insight into the Manrega efforts in the state of UP. I would also like to propose a vote of thanks to Dr. Anurag Dhanda, who is the Director, Sundarbans Program Office, WWF, for again a very beautiful insight into the most fragile ecosystem in the world, that is the Sundarbans, highlighting the issues which face us, the challenges which face us, and the need for us to conserve this very beautiful river ecosystem. Dr. Manu Bhatnagar, thank you very much for always being part of NMCG, and as has been spoken by the other panelists also, you have educated us on how rich the river Ganga is in terms of heritage, in terms of culture, in terms of so many other aspects apart from whatever we do. It is a beautiful project which you have been doing, and you've always been very receptive to our request to come and discuss various matters, and we really thank you today for a very wonderful insight into the River Islands ecosystem. I would also propose a vote of thanks to Mr. Rajiv Ranjan Mishra for giving out a very brief insight into what is required to be done in terms of river resource management. And special thanks to Dr. Mike Pandey for this wonderful movie which he has brought out, even though he was not well. I am told that his team and our team, especially Mr. Behra and his son, worked overnight to work out this beautiful movie. Thank you very much. And I would also thank my colleague Ashok Singh for the welcome address in the beginning, and Professor Binod Tare from Sea Ganga for conducting the plenary session seamlessly over the last 5 days. Thank you very much. Thank you all very much for joining us during this plenary sessions, and those who have joined offline, online, virtual platform, Facebook, and other channels also. We convey our heartfelt thanks to joining us. We have seen during these plenary sessions, we have seen a mix of dignitaries from political level to bureaucratic levels, as also from technical experts from various walks of life, various teams of life, and also scientific community joining us during these plenary sessions. So we convey our heartfelt thanks to you, and it has been a very, very, very enlightening discussions during the previous 4 plenary sessions, including today also. And we wish you all the best. Thank you very much. And we will continue with the next session in about an hour's time from now, followed by the final valediction of the 6th India Water Impact Summit. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
कर सकते हैं सर लगा है अजीत
Reverend Dr. Tare.
Stop.
Good afternoon.
Neil Sharma, Prashast Kumar. One बाकी श्रीनिवास चारी नहीं है श्रीनिवास वो लोग नहीं श्रीनिवास चारी और हेमंत ध्यानी है ना and a very good afternoon to all of you. Welcome to the last session on science, technology and policy of the 6th India Water Impact Summit. At the outset, I would like to thank all of you for accepting our invitation to be part of this panel. Your contribution is very important in terms of our efforts to continuously keep on working on evolving the Ganga River Basin Management Plan. And every time we look at one or the other issue, this time the issue we are looking at is river resources allocation, planning and management at the regional level. This is in continuation of the clues that we got from the last, that is the 5th edition of India Water Impact Summit, wherein we had the theme Earth Ganga, thereby meaning that river conservation and development to be seen as two sides of a coin rather than normally perceived notion that they are opposing to each other, two sides representing the two kinds of concerns. To start with, let me introduce the panel. It's my pleasure to introduce the panel. We have a very, very distinguished panels. In fact, all along in all the sessions, we had very good panel. This time also, in the last session, we have a very good panel cutting across various disciplines, various professional engagements, and also at various stages of their career. Some very experienced, some just beginning their professional career. So that gives us a wide spectrum of perception, knowledge on the subject. Why I'm saying perception is important, because when we deal with nature, not that everything we understand very well. And so when we have to plan, take actions, some kind of perception, some kind of speculation is unavoidable. And whenever that perception and speculation comes in, obviously there is a matter of opinion at times. There are different viewpoints, and that is where the debate is important, and try to see whether a convergence on those issues or views is possible or not, is exist or not, or there is a divergence. And more the divergence, it indicates that we have probably very less understanding of those issues. So to start with, we have with us Mr. Ajit Radhakrishnan, a senior specialist with the World Bank. As a senior specialist at the World Bank's global water practice, he is the country lead for the 2030 Water Resources Group in India. He has extensive knowledge and experience of sustainable development issues, working in partnership with national and international actors to create opportunities and solutions in complex organizational settings such as intergovernmental, international, non-governmental entities. Ajit holds a graduate degree in public administration from Columbia University, New York. So both his educational background and his experience, particularly when we deal with subject like this, obviously we deal with various kinds of stakeholders, actors, players from national and international level, and also within the nation at various levels, starting from common man to the politicians. So welcome, Ajit. Then we have with us Mr. Bart Hilhorst. He's a senior water resource specialist with GIZ. GIZ is, of course, extensively engaged in river basin management planning and various other activities related to the river and the water sector in general. Paul Hilhorst has over 25 years of experience in land and water resource management with a focus on forward thinking in natural resource development and use. Mr. Hilhorst has worked in more than 20 countries in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East with various agencies and institutions, including the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, as we commonly know about it, the United Nations Regional Center for Preventive Diplomacy in Central Asia, and the Nile Basin Initiative. Paul Hilhorst has an in-depth knowledge of complex transboundary water systems, and many of our rivers, particularly Ganga Basin, Ganga River is a case under consideration. He served as Chief Technical Advisor for FAO Project Information Products for Nile Basin Water Resources Management and coordinated the preparation of the State of River Nile Basin 2012. Then we have with us Dr. Christophe Kaur, Institute of Hydraulic Engineering and River Research, Boku, Vienna. Dr. Christopher is a PhD in environmental engineering. She has about 15 years of working experience in river-related issues. She has expertise in eco-hydraulics, ecologically oriented hydraulic engineering, river morphology, eco-hydrology, numerical modeling, climate change, and river hydraulics. She is head of Christian Doppler Laboratory for Sediment Research and Management. Welcome, and we look forward to have your views. I'm not sure whether Dr. Hemant Dhyani has joined, but maybe he will join. So Dr. Hemant Dhyani is a member of the Ganga Avahan in Uttarkashi, working for socio-cultural conservation and environmentally sustainable policies for Himalayan region of the Ganga River Basin. He was an expert member, Supreme Court appointed expert body to assess environmental degradation due to hydropower projects in 2013 disaster, and presently an expert member, Supreme Court appointed high-powered committee for Char Dham Pariyojana, which is a very important project, but also has number of environmental concerns and issues. Then we have with us Dr. Praveen K. Thakur, is a scientist at the Indian Institute of Remote Sensing. Dr. Praveen is the head of Water Resources Department at the Indian Institute of Remote Sensing, Dehradun. Dr. Thakur obtained his PhD from IIT Roorkee. He has expertise in snow, glacier, food and groundwater hydrology, flood and groundwater hydrology, hydrological modeling, and planetary remote sensing. Then we have with us a very young, dynamic district management magistrate, DM, Jalon, Ms. Priyanka Niranjan. Ms. Priyanka Niranjan is an IS officer of 2013 batch, Uttar Pradesh, a postgraduate in economics from Allahabad with excellent administrative capabilities. Priyanka has good understanding of philosophy and Sanskrit literature. The work done in Jalon was appreciated by Honorable Prime Minister in the past months, Man Ki Baat, and since then we wanted to have interaction with us, and it is our pleasure to have her on this particular panel. Welcome. Then we have with us Dr. Srinivas Chari, is the Director, Center for Energy, Environment, Urban Governance and Infrastructure Development at Administrative Staff College of India, Hyderabad. He has worked with number of municipal corporations, about 1300 or so. Professor Chari supports the Ministry of Urban Development, Government of India by undertaking independent appraisal of city development plans and reforms implementation. He was also there in earlier panel, and again we have him here. In fact, by and large, our strategy has been to have a panelist at least for 2 sessions, so that there is continuity, and wherever there is an overlap, we can bring in from one perspective to the other. So welcome, Dr. Chari, again. Then we have with us Dr. Venkatesh Datta, is a professor, Earth and Environmental Sciences, Baba Bhimrao Ambedkar University, Lucknow. Venkatesh is a sustainability practitioner and a thought leader specializing in natural resource management, environmental flows, water quality, river restoration, urban environmental planning, and climate policy. He has significantly contributed to changes in public discourse, law and policy for environmental sustainability and natural resource management in India. He has about 20 years of professional experience in areas of land use and zoning regulations, catchment planning, river restoration, and eco-hydrology. He was also there in one of the panels earlier. Then we also have with us Mr. Prashast Kumar Dixit. He brings in a very different kind of perspective. He is the General Manager, Narmada Hydroelectric Development Corporation. He has obtained his Master's in Environmental Engineering from IIT Kanpur. He also obtained MBA in Operation Management and now working as the General Manager at the important hydropower project at Omkareshwar. Then we have with us another very young person, Dr. Priyank Sharma, who recently joined our sister institute, IIT Indore. He is working on characterizing the evolution of extreme hydroclimatic conditions, statistical evaluation of floods and droughts, and impact of climate variability on regional hydroclimatology. So as you can see, we have a very, very distinguished panel bringing in various kinds of perspectives. As you all know, the topic or the focus of this particular India Water Impact Summit is river allocation, planning and management at the regional level. And as you may agree, there are many issues that need to be addressed, and we have been talking about this over the last 5 days, starting from identification, assessment, monitoring, valuation, pricing of river resources, impact of abstraction, extraction of river resources locally and upstream, downstream sites, effect of actions by upstream communities, empowerment for utilization and upkeep of resources, and equitable budgeting and allocation. And on these issues, typically we pick up those concerns which have gray area. That means there is lot of ambiguity, no clarity. Wherever there is clarity and it is only question of doing some work, obviously there is not much debate that is involved. So we are only picking up those issues where there are different perspectives and different viewpoints and where we can get the convergence. And all this exercise, we are doing it in order to deliver now what we call it as second version of the Ganga River Basin Management Plan. Some of you may be aware that the first version of Ganga River Basin Management Plan was delivered to Government of India in 2015 by the consortium of IITs, 7 IITs then. And that time, our concern was on the mainstream of the river. And so we looked at from the top towards the major river basin, a major river, that is Ganga River, and then had a very distance approach for looking at the lower order river. That kind of approach was good enough to have a strategic planning, but we all realize and know that in order to build, that means in order to initiate the river restoration and conservation program, we need to start from the base. We can't construct a pyramid which is shown on the left side, that is the inverse or the reverse pyramid. If you have to build the pyramid, then obviously we have to start from the base. And the base is all the low order rivers, lowest order, then low order, middle order, and then go to the top order river. So we can only construct a pyramid of this kind, and that is what is the objective now when we prepare Ganga River Basin Management Plan 2.0. Okay, it is more for implementation and execution. And we of course know that this planning is dynamic. We'll keep on evaluating as we understand more and as we go ahead in our journey of river restoration and conservation. The main focus while preparing the Ganga River Basin Management Plan is what we call it as Earth Ganga. And Earth Ganga, we discussed this topic very extensively last time in the summit. Basically what we are trying to say that we need to maintain the status of the river, health of the river, so that we get highest possible holistic total value of the river. And as you can see, the total value or the holistic value of the river changes depending upon the state of the river, if it is pristine, to, on the other extreme, critically degraded river. And as a society, as a nation, we need to take a call on what state of health of the river that we maintain, so that we get the total value or the holistic value maximum possible. And that is what is the Earth Ganga also means. Basically that means Earth Ganga implies that we should have river conservation and development as two sides of a coin. Because for river conservation also, you require a lot of resources. And resources will only come when financial resources typically, when we also have development along with. Traditionally, it appears that these two, river conservation and development, are the two opposing sides. One which is advocating river conservation, mostly from coming from faith leaders, civil society organizations. It is because they rely more on their highly traditional knowledge and wisdom and have a very long-term perspective. On the other hand, the people who advocate for economic development are the industries, businesses, contractor groups. And they typically tend to become more powerful because they are the one deliver in short term and medium terms in terms of the immediate needs of the people at large. And usually they are also very high on using the modern science and technology to argue and deliver on what they were talking about. And so the idea here is both are important and we can't see this as a conflict. We need to make sure that both development and river conservation are synchronized, and that's what the real spirit of the Earth Ganga is, that we have development which is synchronized with river conservation. And this phrase was given to us by our Honorable Prime Minister in the first Ganga Council. The guiding principles for us to follow this is we need to apply modern science and technology with understanding of ancient knowledge and traditional wisdom. Also, we need to have a global picture, but action has to start at the local level. And finally, that we need to realize that planet as a whole is kind of one family, not only where only human beings are living, but also all kind of living life forms. And if we have this approach, only then we will be able to address many of the environmental issues. But the action has to start from individual, from our own family, community, locality, city, state, and country. So that's the kind of, these are the kind of guiding principles for us when we prepare the basin management plan in a dynamic way. We have identified 3 different kinds of components, which we call it as principal components, enabling components, and engagement components. In the principal components, we look at river health, river monitoring, and circular economy principles, so that if we close the loop of most of the things, most of the factors at the local level, probably the global consequences are less. And in order to do that, we need to be enabled by certain things, the most important being the data and information, technology and innovation, which brings in novel and noble solutions. And we have developed a program called as Environmental Technology Verification for that. And simultaneously, we need to also talk about resources, financial resources. So economics, finance, and investments are an important part. And the third component is also very important, kind of, is the engagement component, because as I said, many times it is not the science which tells us everything. So perceptions, counter views, views are very, very important, diverse views. And so advocacy, outreach, and stakeholder engagement is also an important thing. And India Water Impact Summit is one of our ways of engaging with variety of stakeholders across the globe. And finally, with this, we want to deliver impact component, that is the Earth Ganga, using science, technology, and engineering, looking at policies, law, and governance, and also economics, finance, and investments aspects. So with this, we have initiated number of programs. Government of India has initiated number of programs, and the focus is multi-purpose use of water bodies to develop river synchronized economy. And number of programs can be very effective, very useful in this, like the Vocal for Local, which our Prime Minister keeps saying, district, one product, Make in India, Digital India, Startup India, like that. There are very, very enabling, effective programs. And in the water sector, we have 3 major initiatives, that is Jal Jeevan Mission, the Namami Gange Mission, and the Swachh Bharat Mission. And of course, there are several associated which can help us to bring in resource. But directly, the sectors which affect the water sector are the rivers, are industry, agriculture and fishery, energy, navigation, tourism, And unless until we have proper education and culture and awareness, the objectives cannot be achieved. And forestry, of course, is very important. So how do we take all these sectors together and develop these sectors with water bodies and rivers being conserved? So that's the main goal. The real challenge that we face is because we have many stakeholders and actors, and they have very diverse set of interest. And all these actors and stakeholders have different kind of discipline-wise background. They also have different professional affiliations. Some of them work in hardcore engineering, science, and technology. Some of them take the role of administrators. Some of them take the role of politicians, representing the people at large. And all of these are affiliated with different kinds of organizations belonging to central government, to state government, to local government, international groups and businesses, consultants, contractors, vendors, executing agency, media, and civil society organizations. And depending upon which organization they represent or come from, they obviously with the same kind of background and same kind of professional affiliation, they tend to have different views and perspectives. And it is really challenging. How do we take all of these together? And the most important way, when we talk about basin management, we all understand that it is a cyclic process. And in that, the first three important steps, that is understanding, communication, and negotiation. Now, as I said, we deal with diverse opinions, different viewpoints, then negotiations are very important. And we can have meaningful negotiation only when we have understanding and communicate that understanding to the various stakeholders. And that's the most challenging. And when we work with natural processes, natural systems, obviously we need to look at natural boundaries. And in case of rivers, we are looking at basin as the natural boundaries. But when it comes to implementation, obviously we need to look at administrative boundaries. And this is also a challenge, that the understanding that we bring in from natural systems, how do we translate that across the administrative boundaries, which typically we look at the gram panchayats in Indian condition, our towns, our districts, and so on and so forth. So with that, and given the number of resources, kinds of resources that the river has, of course, most of the time when we talk about resources, it is only the water that is talked about. And of course, there is no doubt water is the major resource. But the other resources in terms of composition, they may be small in quantity, but they are very important. If that composition is lost, then probably river will not work as a river ecosystem. And that's the challenge that we face. In any case, we have number of interventions, anthropogenic interventions, and different kinds of ecosystem services that we get. And how do we make sure that this is optimized? So with this kind of background, I would like to say that today on this particular session, we would like to deliberate on methodological and policy measures for resource allocation, planning, and plan implementation. The thought process behind this particular topic is that the optimal sustainable allocation of river resources necessitate the evaluation of human resource needs and uses and the impact of such use on the other contenders, especially of riverine organisms, such that the long-term sustainability of river resources are ensured. This task is uncovered by variable river processes as well as variable human resource demands over time and space. Evidently, given the limited understanding of river processes and of societal perceptions and needs, A flexible approach needs to be adopted, combining scientific understanding of rivers with local and regional needs and institutional strengths. The basic requirement for sustainable resource use planning may be no different from those of other major ecosystems such as forests and deserts, but given the intimate connection of humans with rivers and water bodies and the highly dynamic nature of rivers, a careful strategizing of suitable policy planning and management is imperative. With this background in mind, we have posed certain questions, and I'm sure you have received the background note as well as the key questions. So the questions I just want to highlight: what criteria and methods should be adopted for resource allocation planning? What are the possible policy interventions needed to make river resources sustainable without significantly impacting the economic and social benefits? What measures are needed to make the plan implementable? Example, changes in legislative and institutional frameworks, stakeholder shareholding, or even the effective way of utilizing the existing frame of schemes. And we have examples that without changing any laws, without changing any policy laws, there are people who have shown that how things can be done even in the existing framework. And we have examples of that. For example, the reforms in our election process itself were brought by a very important person when he took over as chief election commissioner. Similarly, at the district level, in the states, we have individuals. They utilize the same programs of the government, same policies, schemes, and do wonders. So every time it is not necessary that we have to talk about changes in policies or bringing in new laws. And in fact, our experience has been that bringing in new laws does not really help, though we feel that new law will help, but has not made that much kind of difference. So with this kind of background, what criteria and methods should be adopted to monitor implementation of the plan? So these are some of the questions. The way we will organize this panel discussion is the sequence in which I introduce the panel. I will go to the panelists in that order. Maybe initially for 2 to 3 minutes, you can reflect on the background that I presented and the probing thoughts and also the questions. So, and then in the second round, probably can have, if the time permits, reflection on the diverse opinions or some of the questions that were raised by some of the panelists, and then see if we can get some way forward to move on this particular issue. So can I now request Mr. Ajit Radhakrishnan to give his view?
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Tare. I think you covered it well in the sense that is one of the most comprehensive accounts or narrative around what should be done, and also the context that we have in the case of Ganga River Basin. Given such a complex river system, that we have multiple competing priorities of different actors, it's very important for us to understand what we are talking about in terms of the data points and also in terms of the priorities that we need to set for action, joint action here. And there are initiatives on the ground that are led by an MCG. There are also initiatives that the state governments are taking in terms of cleaning up and also bringing together different stakeholders for action. But I would say that I think given this narrative around Earth Ganga, one of the foremost points that we all agree to is the need for evidence from the field to be generated and also to be subsumed by the policies or action activities that the state governments and other stakeholders drive in this region. Now, a classic example that we have here is that we do have different set of stakeholders here. In the case of Ganga River system, we have NGOs, we have civil society actors, we have academic institutions that drive very important research agenda and very important research questions that are being answered. We also have the state governments that run and the different departments under the state governments that manage different economic activities, including industries, agriculture, and water resources and irrigation practices there. So it needs to have kind of a convergence point where the primary outcome that we need to target here is improving the economic prosperity or improving the economic services, the ecosystem services that we are talking about here. But I would say that at this point in time, when we are looking at the planning and management framework for most of these activities on the ground, we do not have a comprehensive framework that accounts for all these competing interests. We do have fragmented or scattered priorities that are adjusted and accommodated by individual priorities and frameworks. We might have a basin accounting framework. We might have a water footprint network or water footprinting system. We might also have a water accounting system that targets individual or village level water use, but it still does not account for the habitat health. It doesn't account for the different ecosystem services that we are talking about. So I think the first point that comes to my mind, and again, we have eminent panelists here who are much more knowledgeable and experienced when it comes to implementing these programs on the ground. So I think a concern as a practitioner that I face on the ground is to bring together all these competing priorities to a common ground. If I were to tell the government, if I were to advise the government tomorrow that this could be a competent framework for you to address different concerns, which includes ecosystem services, which also includes the economic interests of the government, the farmers, the consumers, the normal consumers in urban towns and small towns. So if we were to think about a framework that would adjust for the priorities of these different stakeholders, that would be one. Second would also be about the outcomes of these different stakeholders that we are talking about. We need to agree on the kind of valuation of water. We need to have, I'm not saying that we should be pricing water and valuing water is entirely different. But valuing water and understanding that value of water for each stakeholder category is something where I think we should start. There is already actions on the ground, but I think we should drive more of those to help governments enact policies and also enforce those policies for other stakeholders to comply to the regulations of the land. So I think these two being the major concerns there, but there is optimism around in the sense that there is an intent from the government that is demonstrated through flagship schemes, programs and policies on the ground. But where we would need a lot of concerted action is to bring together different stakeholders like platforms like Ganga, where it has been championing the kind of thought process, the thought leadership that it offers for bringing together these varied kind of divergent approaches and thoughts is one exemplary initiative that has been happening. The last point that I would like to share with the panelists is also about stakeholder. We see and we take it for granted that stakeholder action and coordination would happen or follow suit. But I would say that given our experience managing multiple stakeholder platforms over different states on water, we would see that it's one of the most resource intensive activities that we do on a day-to-day basis. It's not about aligning the stakeholder interests, it's also about supporting the government to understand what would be the best course of action, not just the government, it's also about other stakeholders. So for the matter of the private sector. If the private sector were to drive its net zero narrative that is all around right now, everyone's talking about the net zero initiatives. But we also need to understand how can these private sector sustainability initiatives also align and support what the government is talking about. Ganga is driving with other stakeholders. So there is also a need for aligning and bringing them onto the table, speak the same language, and we all agree to the same outcomes that is driven by data, evidence, and an intent for action on the ground. As Dr. Tare mentioned, I think a new law or a new regulation is not the solution. I think better enforcement and coordination of the existing policies would do wonders. And that's what we see on the ground. And I fully agree with the views of the chair here. I would pause there, Dr. Tare, and I would come back for any further questions, just mindful of the time for the panelists as well.
Thank you. I just want you to very quickly reflect on, because WRG 2030 has been working on multi-stakeholder engagement. Okay, and any clue or suggestion that you would like to say based on your engagement or WRG 2030's engagement with various, particularly in the Uttar Pradesh, I know, and basin particularly, lots of meeting. So any clue that how do we bring in some kind of convergence amongst the various stakeholders with diverse kind of interest and backgrounds, and obviously yes, they are important, but generally they stick to their viewpoint and their interest, and having a negotiation or bringing them together to agree on certain thing is a very difficult task, whether it is farmers or whatever, on water sharing or even pollution management or anything for that. So any specific viewpoint that you would like to give on this, or any success or any best outcome or practice that you think is there for us to take forward?
Sure. $1 billion question, Dr. Tare. I think so. For the stakeholder consultation, I would fully agree in the sense that there are competing interests and there are also challenges that we face in terms of aligning the stakeholder interests, primarily because the stakeholders, when we are talking about the private sector, industries per se, if we were to talk about one specific subsector here, they do have to comply with the laws of the land in terms of regulation, but they also would need to meet the economic aspirations of the state and its stakeholders. So there are competing priorities that might conflict, but they would also need to understand that ultimately it's a society that needs to benefit. So there's kind of like a conflict out there. So how we've been able to manage this is to provide secretariat support to the government, and government has been in the driving seat. The government of Uttar Pradesh under the chief secretary has issued an order, a government order that has regulated or mandated for the existence of the multi-stakeholder platform. And the chief secretary chairs the platform, and we do have members from the private sector, and the various department heads from the line departments, from Jal Shakti, from agriculture, from finance, from planning. So all these eminent officers from the government are part of the multi-stakeholder platform. We have private sector associations, associations in the sense FICCI, SOCHAM, and other industry representatives. We also have industry bodies and academic institutions, including IIT Kanpur, IIT Roorkee, who are also part of this. So as a thought platform, as a thought leadership platform, this has been exemplary in the sense of providing advice to the government for various actions and initiatives. But where we still find a challenge is in terms of coming up with a program that would meet the rejuvenation in terms of rejuvenation of rivers, or even for that matter, the nalas that we're talking about, in terms of the investment cost, in terms of the outcomes that we're targeting. So if we were to target a specific nala, of course, there are private sector actors who have come forward to clean up the nala and then create the kind of incentives for the city administrations to act. But sustainability of those initiatives is still a question that we need to answer. Because beyond taking action, if we were to sustain, if we were to talk about the river hydrology for that matter, and how that impacts river hydrology over a course of time, over 3 years or 4 years, we still do not have an understanding in terms of whether that has impacted to the extent that we would really want, because sustainability in actions is really what we want. But where we see credible intent is incredible intent from the government is also in terms of coming up with vision. So in the case of Hindan, we were fortunate to have the Chief Minister's vision that looks at comprehensive, just as the way that you put it here, to look at process as a comprehensive ecosystem and then try to address the different elements of it, the economic elements, the spirituality, and also the economic, the ecosystem services dimensions of this. And then come up with a framework, an action framework that would then put those items for activities for the different departments up front. This has worked for Hindan in kind of coming up with a Hindan action plan and demonstrating intent. While we still are working with the Urban Development Department and Jal Shakti, it is still a work in progress, but we have the mandate from the Chief Minister's office to go forward with the Hindan action plan. The second and the final point that I would just share with you is also that the UP government also came up with the same approach to devise or to redraft their water policy. I think Dr. Venkatesh Ritta was also a very eminent member, a person who led this whole process with the UP government. So what we have as an experience there again was that we have been able to produce a very progressive and forward-looking document for the UP government in terms of bringing together stakeholders from different constituencies, not just the private sector, civil society, but also regional geographically in terms of Bundelkhand, Purvanchal, and Vindhyachal regions, and then address those priorities and bring together the different views of the stakeholders. So I would say, Dr. Tare, the short answer to your question would be that stakeholder platforms that are mandated by law in the case of state governments have been effective in collating viewpoints, understanding priorities, or setting those priorities and identifying the course forward. But where it has still not made a lot of influence is in terms of scale of actions on the ground. If you were to talk about one whole ecosystem, then multi-stakeholder platforms have not been, they are still work in progress, but they have not been able to make the scale of impact that we are talking about.
Okay, thank you. I would like just to later on reflect on when we have government and various departments of government, I think they're all one kind of stakeholder, because different departments of the government do not constitute different stakeholders. And invariably, my experience has been when it is government chaired kind of thing, then it is essentially government departments, and they are in a way, whether it is pollution control board, urban development or irrigation or whatever, are at the top chief minister. They all look at what the chief minister is likely to say or like, and accordingly all departments tune their approach accordingly. So the real stakeholders who are outside the government, they only end up probably nodding, but actually not meaning what they say on the how do we address that challenge. And do you think that the evidence or the information or the knowledge can really help us in doing those kind of negotiations? So I'll come back to you on this. You can meanwhile organize your thoughts. Can I move to the next panelist, Mr. Barth Philos? Can you reflect on whatever background was given and what the earlier panelist has said very briefly?
Thank you, Dr. Tare. I would like to reflect almost directly on what the previous panelist has said, and that is, we're dealing with very complex issues, and we're dealing with a very wide spectrum of stakeholders. So it is very difficult to create this common action that is required. And in my experience, there are a number of tools that have been very useful in creating, in facilitating this common action. And I think what is very important is that we get a shared understanding of the critical issues, a shared analysis, shared understanding of what the real issues are. We're dealing with people from various different backgrounds. You have a hydropower engineer who knows everything about hydropower. You have an irrigation engineer who knows everything about irrigation, but irrigation knows little about hydropower and vice versa. Now, these people, of course, they can learn very quickly, but the fact that we don't have a shared understanding of the issues is very often what prevents progress on coming up with policy solutions. And in my experience, you have to start with a very good comprehensive analysis, but a conceptual analysis of what the issues are. So don't go too quickly into modeling, but try to figure out very good what is the conceptual structure of a certain issue. And we have often used for this what we call causal diagrams, to understand the cause-effect structure of a particular issue. And if you understand that, then you can conceptualize the issue, and you can visualize the issue, and then you can start communicating about the issue. And if you do this in a group that is well selected, so you involve the technical people who can give you who can give you the ins and outs of your issue, but you, at the same time, you involve a much broader group of stakeholders to which people listen. So people who have a network of influence, people who may be close to the ears of a real decision maker, they will quickly understand the technical analysis and they will be able to bring this to the people who actually cannot come up with the decisions. And I think many people often use this an analogy of the blind man and the elephant. And we have that a lot in water resources because water resources are so complex. One person looks at it, he sees the tree because he feels the trunk, and so on and so on. My experience is that in water resources, we are quite often not solving the real issues because it's so difficult to get a comprehensive understanding of the water resources issues. And when you look at water resources, you have to look much broader because water is related to everything. And very often, the root cause of a water resources issue is outside the water sector. So I have this experience that when we looked at low water productivity in irrigation, we found that it's not related to agricultural practices and water delivery systems, but it was effectively related to low farm gate prices and the absence of value chain. And we were really trying to solve the wrong problem. So only when we got this comprehensive understanding of the real issue, of the big picture, when we got this big picture, and when we got it, when we managed to create this understanding with a number of technical people, but also with the people who represent stakeholders and who have a network of influence, at that point was it possible to start making some progress in this, as you rightly mentioned, in this complex negotiation. So this is what I would like to share with you. Back to you, Professor Tare.
Thank you, thank you. So you are probably trying to make a point, if I understood correctly, that we jump to the modeling exercise probably more quickly without first understanding, and emphasis should be more on kind of conceptual understanding and getting a shared and sharing that with and trying to develop a consensus. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, so what I want to say is that this shared conceptual understanding of the issue, shared with the technical people, but also shared with a broad group of stakeholders, that is the key to making progress in this negotiated process in water resource management and allocation. And this is very difficult because these water resources issues are so complex, and we very often do not include all the factors that we should include. And that is why I like this, what I call causal diagrams, because they are very logical. They lead from A leads to B leads to C. And they will show you, if you cannot come up with a logical explanation of a phenomena, it forces you to look further. So what is the reason that this person doesn't want to improve his water productivity? And only then, when you have this comprehensive understanding of the issue shared by many people, so it's not myself who needs to have this understanding or yourself, it needs to be a shared analysis among people with influence and the technical people. At that point, you're going to make progress. And almost all the water problems I have experienced, they lack this shared understanding. And maybe another insight that may be useful for this panel is that very often progress can be made on solutions that are outside the water sector. So the conflict or the problem is always water. You know, somebody uses too much, or somebody is polluting, or whatever. But then the solution is very often outside the water sector. So for instance, increase farm gate prices or improve value chain or have a different system to deal with pollution. And because your solution is outside the water sector, your negotiation space goes up very almost exponentially. And you will find you'll be able to negotiate this process of how can we allocate water resources in a beneficial way, in an equitable way, and in a way that serves many socioeconomic purposes. So I would like to come back to it. The blind man and the elephant has become my leading example when I manage water resources. I really want to make sure that I see the elephant and that I have a comprehensive understanding of the issue that we're talking about. Back to you, Professor.
Thank you very much. I will probably come back to you, but later on, if you can also reflect, do you really think that such kind of, what is the approach and is it really feasible to have such kind of shared understanding with the approach that you're talking without any quantitative information or the modeling or evidences? Do the people agree on that understanding and so on and so forth? So I'll come back to you. Maybe you can give some thought on that in the second round. Okay, so can I now move on to Christoph? Dr. Christoph?
Thank you very much. I just, will follow also your comment made at the end and also reflecting to what was said already. So I agree with these statements from the two previous speakers from the panelists. I just want to add that beside this conceptual approach, it is also necessary to have a kind of process-based approach included in the shared analysis. So the shared analysis is important. We can set up this in a conceptual way, but it's also necessary to have some processes included. And this is what you also refer to, I think, when you mentioned this modeling, that people need something to understand what's going on in the river systems, in the main channel, in the floodplains, but also in these areas which should be developed further from an economic point of view. And this can be explained also in a very simple way, I would say. So it's not necessary to explain complex modeling, but can explain this in some simple words. What are the problems when you have some river incision, for example, due to extensive sand mining? And what does this mean for groundwater stages and also for instability of the banks, for example? So I think this can, so complex processes can be also explained in simple words, I would say. But coming back to this kind of conceptual approach in the shared analysis, so we are in Europe, we are using a kind of four-stage description in a conceptual way. So we're talking about the vulnerability of river systems. Then we include the connectivity in the river systems. Then we're having metabolism and governance. And especially vulnerability, connectivity, they're really process driven. When we talk about the vulnerability, it means that we have some kind of natural somehow impacts like climate change, which is for sure not natural, but this is something we have to deal with without any disturbance from the society directly, but meaning that we're having droughts, we're having floods. This links to the vulnerability, and this has to be included into the entire management. So this vulnerability not only for the river ecosystem, what it means during drought periods, but also the vulnerability for society, and this is the link to metabolism. And the connectivity is important because we're talking on the one hand about the connectivity for aquatic organisms that we can migrate in the river system, but the connectivity is also linked to the metabolism and to society when they want to get rid of wastewater or whatever. And here we have the kind of connectivity which is negatively impacting then the ecosystem services. So in general, I think it's very important to get a very good knowledge about the current situation, including the processes that are going on, and only have a very solid current status of the river system, including the society, then you can make a deficit analysis, and based on the deficit analysis, you can move to some clearly defined actions which fit to these problems which are occurring in the river system. And that's, I think, yeah, important to have this overall framework in mind. And I could just give you an example because I was involved in this Happy River Basin Management Plan actions. I was responsible for the sand mining issue in this management plan, and I was looking on the entire river basin, and I could really identify those areas where probably some natural replenishment of the river morphology would be possible. And here the river incision is not causing all these problems with the groundwater, and other areas which are more vulnerable, which are more vulnerable to having kind of sustainable disturbances to a point where the river may not just due to self-forming processes develop a kind of status where it can be somehow called in a kind of equilibrium status with all these functions which are related to. So this was also where I could see, and as an argument, these kind of process-based approaches are very important to include, in addition to this conceptual analysis and conceptual approaches. And yeah, so that's all from my side.
Thank you so much. I would also like to reflect you to reflect on how do you have this advanced understanding, because that necessarily takes time and we have to take actions immediately, and that brings in some kind of ad hocism or whatever. So you have any experience on where these things have been kind of tackled in a very intelligent way, acceptable way?
Yes, so you're right. So monitoring takes some time, but it should start immediately, even if there are some urgent actions are needed, that some of these critical areas should be identified to have some cross sections, for example. But applying modeling on the current status, like we have shown on the Tapi River Basin, may also help to have at the present status. For example, at the Tapi, we had some bedrock outcrops already. This means that we had solid rock in an area where we could see here the incision had stopped, and this was a somehow point where we can work immediately with, right? So this is something the river morphology has shown us, that we had, due to this bedrock outcrop, some further incision stopping at those points. And I'm not familiar with the huge Gange basin, but I think based on this huge amount of data which are already existing, that some of these risk assessments can already be done without having long-term monitoring data. And this can be linked into this vulnerability analysis.
Thank you so much. Maybe if time permits, we will have a second round. Can I now move on to Dr. Hemant Dhyani? Of course, so far we had a very different perspective. He brings in a very, very different perspective. So let me have his view on the issue. Hemant? You are probably mute or something. Your voice is.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now it's clear.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Tareji. The basic fundamental question which you have put in this panel, before this panel, in the beginning you have shown the two coins, one the environmental and one the development. And this debate and this approach, this struggle to find out the way, a sustainable approach to balance each other. Your key question is also that without significant affecting the economic and social benefits. So if we just look at the Ganga basin and the part of the Himalayan part of the Ganga basin, we have empty number of studies about the vulnerability of this region. It is seismic prone zone, it's a landslide prone zone. Now IPCC has warned about the code red for the humanity, the climate change aspect. We are witnessing every year the severe forest fire events in the Himalayas. There are the studies from the Ministry Department of Science and Technology itself that the black carbon concentrations on the glaciers are alarmingly increasing. Now recently, I think your institute also published a study about the future threat of this Ganga basin in the Himalayas, that the flood will increase, the disasters will increase. So we have empty number of studies about the environmental degradation and future threat, especially in this age of climate change. But still, we cannot enforce any plan of the development to look into itself. Any whatever we say, political leadership or any political will on its own whims and fancies decide, okay, we have to make expressways for the Char Dham, allowed development. Now, okay, after that, what we'll do now, we have to make Char Dham railways, okay, make the DPRs. So Char Dham railways. Now what? Oh no, we have to put the seaplane also in the Tehri Lake. We have to make, the helicopter tourism for these beautiful bugyals, the alpine meadows, 3,000, 4,000 meters high. So we have to make a heli. And then every time the environmental concerns, the river, and these all are affecting the rivers, because these river in the Himalayas, you better know, all tributaries born from these Himalayan valleys. So each and every activities ultimately affect the life of the river and the entire ecosystem. But for each and every project or the activities, the environment has to run behind the development. Look, the environment is being harmed, the ecology is being impacted. So look into this matter, look into this, but nobody is questioning the development. We have number of studies and we are just trying to put our effort to quantify, to make the studies, to establish something on paper in favor of environment. But in development, one minister will say, okay, seaplane, okay, put the helicopter tourism on the bugyals, put the marriage ceremony on this Oli bugyal. Oh, okay, Char Dham highway is not enough. Okay, so put the Char Dham highways, the standard which is not suitable for hill, because no, but put anyway that standard for these highways, expressway. Okay, now make Char Dham railways. In one railway, out of 125 kilometer distance, 110 kilometer tunneling for the broad gauge railway line has already been started from Rishikesh to Karnaprayag, and the same is planned for the other.
Man, I
Yes.
just want to you to reflect on. Yes, we all know these issues, right? But the question is, what should be our path ahead?
Yes, I'm just putting this as context. I am setting the
way.
Context before the other, because the other panelists must know. So I'm just setting the context that everywhere, because you have put, you have started with that coin, that there is the environment, there is a development. So it's a kind of understanding that we know both the environment, the development, but it's not true. We know environment, we know our traditions, we know our culture, but we don't know the development, because we don't know. Development is only the person or whatever idea is imposing before the society or imposing on the society in the name of consumption, in the name of comfort, that is development. So this value, the relevance is that first we have to find out the value judgment, which one is more valuable. So until or unless we don't reach at the point that this is invaluable for us, this is more valuable for us, this cannot be compromised. For this, I just want to put your kind attention on an act of 1958. That act is Ancient Monument and Archaeological Chance Act 1958. So that act made, okay, whenever you are doing something, if you find some archaeological things, some stones, some sculpture, some kind of manuscript, you will within 48 hours, you will intimate to the Archaeological Survey of India and the government, and that site will be seized, because that is of the cultural historical importance. And even you are doing mining here, the mining will be stopped, or any project will be stopped. First, we'll save that archaeological site. And now here the Ganga is the most ancient river, like in the archaeological or the historical is our national river, but we don't have a value judgment that how much that development and environment is not on the same side, that we can, okay, choose, okay, this much environment we can sacrifice. No, It is the only one development which is going on, going on, and going on. And in the name of environment, we are only running behind development in the name of mitigation. In the name of mitigation. So there is really not a balance. Now the balance was set for the Ganga for the upper regions. That this it said okay. The first it was happened in 2010 when this IIT consortium also constituted, that the Bhagirathi was said okay, this is the pristine, this is the last stretch. Okay, so we remove all the dams, hydro projects, and this entire catchment, 4,000 square kilometer catchment, should be declared as an eco-sensitive zone. So they accepted the real value of that stretch. That is the original value of the Ganga. Then the basin approach came into the picture. The other areas of the Himalayan, the Ganga basin like Alaknanda, Mandakini, they started the basin approach. But somehow it was again got diluted or diverted. We are still struggling that the real conservation policies, and you yourself know that we were in that committee, nothing happened. The case is still going on in the Supreme Court. The one zonal master plan, you yourself have witnessed that the zonal master plan was not completed. And still since 2012, now this is 2021, if that 100-kilometer segment, if we manage to
Dr. Gange, yes, all these issues are there. My question to you is, how do we move forward from here? Like, for example, for last 10, 12 years, with all kinds of hesitations and this and that, because ultimately in democracy we have to look at the elected government, and in democracy, whoever is elected, they have all the authority to decide on behalf of the people.
At least for Ganga, we can easily, for the Himalayan part, the origin part, the catchment of the Ganga, the Himalayan catchment of Ganga, we should stand very firmly that this should be, non-compromising, non-negotiable. It should be declared like a Bhagirathi ecozone. The entire, all the river valleys across the Himalayas should be declared, because if we don't save that green cover, if we don't say conserve that green, and there is,
No, but you just heard the earlier speaker, you just heard the earlier speaker that we need to have a kind of shared vision for this. But unfortunately, whether you like or not, that shared vision is not coming out. So obviously there is other side which believes the other way. How do we?
I think, but this view, because this principle which I am putting forward, that this non-negotiable, it's based on all scientific and factual and practical data. Like you see, just take an example of this Alaknanda Valley. The projects there are, they were constructing these projects for last more than 15 years. Now, what happened in this February, this Rishi Ganga flood, everything was washed away. But still they are, and now that one project where this more than 200 people were died, that project, if today it commissioned, it has the electricity cost of 23 rupees per unit, because it cost from 4,800, 500 crore rupees, the cost has gone up to more than 1,300 crore rupees when the flood happened. And now the more 1,600 crore rupees damage, loss is there. But now, because these are the developmental picture, we have failed to put a picture that this free-flowing river, this segment like Bhagirathi ecozone or the Alaknanda ecozone or the Mandakini ecozone, they have their own value, their own contribution in the development, and they are much more valuable for the country. We have failed. So first we have to establish this value judgment before that which one is the more valuable.
Okay.
So this value judgment is lacking in our policies.
Yes. I take that point. I think
मूल्यांकन नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, ये विकास जो है डेवलपमेंट, इसमें मूल्यांकन नहीं है, कौन सी चीज और कितनी.
That is see this value judgment, unless until it is, everybody is convinced or the majority is convinced about, it would always be very, very challenging to take it forward. And that's what is probably happening. So we may have to probably find some ways and means that how do you make sure that this value judgment is shared by one and all, if not all. Some people, majority at least.
Otherwise, if we look at look to like the developmental aspect of America, if we say okay, one American, they are consuming the power more,
Agree.
8 times more than the India. So if we all
So maybe,
make our ideals to
yes.
there, then where this earth will go? In collectively, that earth cannot bear this. There should be a carrying capacity. Like Himalayan, everything. There is a carrying capacity. There should be a threshold. Like Lakshman, there should be a
So
Lakshman.
I'll come back to you probably later, but I think your points are well taken. And the only challenge that I face is if for last so many years, 10, 12 years, there is hardly any movement that we make on this. And the state governments and the central governments and majority, even the local people at times, they tend to support what the government is doing, and that's why they're electing back the government. So until that is broken, it's very difficult. So, but think about it, and we'll come back to you. So, can I now move on to Dr. Praveen Thakur? If you can reflect or you have some viewpoint very quickly on this, Dr. Thakur.
Thank you, Professor Tare, for inviting us for this forum. And
so you heard the views, various views, okay?
Yes,
but reflect on something additional that you would like to put on the board.
Yes, sir. So I have actually noted down and made this answer for the 4 questions that you have floated.
Yes,
so I will just share that soft copy with you. Main points I will highlight question wise. So first was the what criteria methods for the resource allocation. So for the resource allocation, first we need to have the scientific water accounting for each sector and each detailed demand and supply based at various spatial and temporal scales. The headwater reaches have different kind of water demand there. Hydropower may be the dominating. As you move downstream, your water demand for the irrigation and municipal water use will increase, and that also will vary seasonally because our cropping calendar is different and crop water requirements are different. So that accounting how much water is needed and how much water is available. So that is the first thing that we need to identify. And then second major point is the identification of the water stresses. What are the low points and the high flows where we have to plan our river allocation. For example, during the flood flows, extra flood flows, whether we can make flood basins where that extra flood water can be stored, and similarly for the drought areas. And then the digitization, where remote sensing plays a very important role. The digitization of all the sources of the water, whether it is coming from the river, in the headwaters it is snow and glacier. As you move downstream, it is rainfall and groundwater. And the smart and efficient irrigation system, which is based upon the demand rather than supply. So that because our inefficiency in the irrigation also leads to a lot of water losses in India. And coming to the second question, what policy interventions? So although we have groundwater policy, we have flood hazard policy, but that is not enforceable by the central government. It is up to states whether they want to implement it or not. So at least the major flood prone areas and where the groundwater is being degraded, those policy has to be implemented by taking consensus of the state government. And also one financial incentive can be given to the reduce the wastage of the water and the conservation of the water by at local to state level. And the third one, what measures we need to make the plan implementable. So one is the financial and social incentive. The second one is the awareness program, which will highlight the importance of the, for example, the efficient irrigation system and the cropping system, which is suitable for that agroclimatic and soil condition, and also the water availability. For example, in many river basins in Rajasthan, for example, in the dry areas of the Maharashtra, we do grow this sugar cane, but that water is being diverted for some other use. So there is a competition between the water use also, and in the Damodar Valley Corporation also on in DVC we have seen in the field. So hydropower companies and thermal power stations, they use a lot of water. So there is a inequity. Sometimes the local villages they might not get the water, but a lot of water is being diverted to the thermal station. So those non-equitable sharing of the water also need to be highlighted, and some awareness program that you change the cropping calendar or you use the better irrigation system. And the last one that what criteria methods to monitor the implementation plan. I think in this our Department of Space has already made a significant contribution. World Bank funded project is there, accelerated irrigation benefit program. So all the funding from the World Bank for all the development of the irrigation command area, that is the increasing in the canal length or augmentation, that is monitored using the high resolution satellite data. Then we have this Srishti app where all the watershed management plans are monitored by this ground, and the farmer level, village panchayat level, they take the geotag photograph before the implementation of the water conservation plan, and after implementation they can directly geocode and monitor those implementation plans. And there has been a lot of increase in the ICT technologies. So these days, GIS plays a very important role, and many municipal and industrial water systems they are clubbed with the SCADA system. So if you combine that GIS and the SCADA system, you can very effectively monitor the municipal and industrial water use. And as with the irrigation system, there are wastages in the municipal water also and industrial also. So those kind of monitoring for quality as well for quantity will effectively reduce the water wastage, and it will better control for how much water we are using and how much water is available. And one last this one this reservoir, lakes and rivers. In the first session also, A2 we have shared our views with you. So satellite technology these days are very effective tools for monitoring the water quality, whether it is a reservoir or river. Similarly, you can monitor the water level changes, although not ideally at the daily or sub-daily scales, but at some 10 daily, those kind of scales, 5 to 10 daily, you can monitor those both for the quantity and for the quality as well. So these are our views, and in addition to this, these days a lot of drone technologies are there. So if you want to monitor a particular at a very high resolution or at a large scale, so those drones can also help you to monitor those things at a minute level. So these are my views.
Thank you so much for elaborating, and basically you are advocating the use of technology and evidences to probably sort out some of the issues, and probably that will bring in some kind of thing, some kind of convergence on many of the issues, and try to bring in equitable kind of distribution of the resources. Of course, the challenge still lies, how do we convince people in the apps till we get the data and the information and the real evidences. Okay, I'll go to the next panelist. We have with us Ms. Priyanka, who is the DM Jalon, and she has done some remarkable work in terms of regenerating a small river. So I would like her to express her views, and how could you do that, and how can you scale up what has been done for a small river. And it does not mean that we are talking about scaling up to a big river, but many such rivers across various districts, how this effort that you've done could be replicated.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. Actually, we are discussing here how we can restore local rivers.
Yes, yes.
Because as in Hindi we say "boond boond se ghat bharta hai." So it is like since we are talking about Earth Ganga or Ganga Basin. So in Ganga Basin we have many local rivers, these type of local rivers. So we have to work about them, how we can restore them, and for local requirements, these rivers are lifeline. So nowadays we can see that many of rivers has been either lost or they are extinct or they are polluted. So I have worked on 2 rivers. Actually, this is my second river. Primarily, I have worked on river in Vindhyachal region, Karnavati river. That work also I got rejuvenated, and that got third national water prize. So this is my second river, and from that experience, I can get more result. So basically, we have to make a detailed database of local rivers, nalas, or streams which are related to these basins, so that when we have a detailed database, so what you were discussing, how we can take everything on one platform. So if we have a detailed database, we can prepare it at district level. Every district level or tehsil level, they can maintain a record ke, okay, these are the main rivers or local streams or nalas which are lying in the river basins. Second, we can, like with the help of space department, we can use geospatial planning or mapping. So through that, we can do the watershed mapping of these local rivers, where we have to work. And second है कि we have, if we categorize the problems related to these rivers, so we can identify two types of problem: whether these rivers has lost its route, or they have contaminated water. So with reference to first problem, with the help of local government and proper micro planning, we can do wonders. And like Mr. Bart said, we are dealing with a very complex issues. So really, local river rejuvenation is a very complex issue. But if we develop a shared understanding, so we can do great work. So if you want to restore a river, first we have to do the detailed survey of the route of that river. If we do a detailed survey, like in Doon River case, I have got done the survey. It flows through 4 blocks and 47 GPs, and it is 87 kilometers long, and finally it goes into Yamuna. So we have to first identify where we have to work and which type of work, whether we can do it through local initiatives, or we have to get the help of machines or some technical department. So first I get the survey done, and we got the survey done through revenue officials, irrigation department, and my local gram panchayats. तो इफ वी वांट टू रिस्टोर एनी रिवर या कोई भी लोकल वाटर बॉडी है, तो उसमें हमको लोकल जो ग्राम पंचायत है, वी हैव टू टेक द हेल्प ऑफ देम, बिकॉज जैसे कि इनिशियल स्लाइड्स में आपने मैं बताया है कि गवर्नमेंट इज अ मेजर स्टेक होल्डर, तो वी कैन नॉट जस्ट इग्नोर देम और लीव देम, वी हैव टू इन्वॉल्व देम, और ओनली थ्रू गवर्नमेंट वी कैन इन्वॉल्व. जैसे बहुत सारे जो हमारे स्पीकर्स थे, देयर इज ऑलवेज इशू कि हाउ वी कैन take all stakeholders at one platform. So government is that medium. अगर हम इसको डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, देन ब्लॉक एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, देन विलेज एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, तीनों को सिंक्रोनाइज करेंगे, तो जो सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स है, दे विल कम ऑन अ सिंगल पेज, और जो हमारा रिजल्ट है वो कम टाइम में और इफेक्टिव इम्प्लीमेंटेशन. सेकंड, जो भी लोकल वाटर बॉडीज हैं, उनके रिजुविनेशन का मेन की जो फैक्टर है कि वी हैव द जो टाइम है आपके पास, वो फ्रॉम सितंबर टू जून. इफ वी कैन गेट अ वर्क डन within this time frame, so we can get the maximum benefit. Third one, ki like stakeholders ko we can motivate them if we are doing the restoration of these local water bodies for you only. So this is only by demonstration, like we're setting an example. If we will tell them ki if we will do the rainwater harvesting and they store the river, it will help you, they will not understand. But अगर आप एक रिवर को रिस्टोर करते हो और उनके आसपास का ग्राउंड वाटर इंक्रीज करता है, समर सीजन में उनको वाटर अवेलेबिलिटी के लिए परेशान नहीं होना पड़ता है, then it will show them कि okay, we have restored the river. तो किन हमारे लाइफ के किस एस्पेक्ट में ये हमको हेल्प कर रही है, and we have to maintain it. And
how did you convince? Because yes, what you are saying is right, but the results will come only after the work is done. Okay, now how do you, I mean, that's what I want to understand. How could you convince that yes, if this is done, and how do you take everybody on board, and whatever resources and powers or whatever that you had with you, how could you leverage that? Because you're done within the existing system anyway, isn't it? So if you can elaborate on that, who took the lead? How did you convince? Because there is political interference, people have diverse interest, even individual interest is somebody's land, he will say, okay, I get more water, because this is what we see when we say Jal Jeevan Mission or Swachh Bharat Mission. Whoever is influential, he makes sure that the hand pump is put or the tap is put in his premises and not the real one. So how did you get over that? That's very interesting to know.
First, I identify कि okay, these are 47 villages. Then I hold a meeting of 47 pradhans because pradhan is a such a person. If you can motivate, तो वो अपने गांव को इस level तक ले जा सकता है कि he will come कि madam please tell me what more I can do in my village. So you have to motivate them because they come here for 5 years. So if you will motivate them कि अगर आप अच्छा काम करोगे, then you can become MLA, you can become MP, and you can do also do wonders. Basically, the key is motivation, and every stakeholder को ये feeling होनी चाहिए कि whatever I am doing, that is doing for myself and for the society, and I will get larger benefit from all this work. So मैंने सारे 47 प्रधान को एक पर लाके then I hold a meeting with irrigation department, with minor irrigation department, revenue officials, and my development department. And Manrega is such a scheme where you can make any project customize any project according to your requirement. So, sorry, office phone from some office. Just a second.
Okay, I'll come back to you, or if you're done. Okay, meanwhile, can we move to Dr. Srinivas Chari? Is he there? No, I think he is not there. So can I move to Dr. Professor Venkatesh Datta? Can you continue on what the DM was saying, and to what extent your experience matches with or otherwise?
Thank you so much, sir. I think the experience shared by the DM of Jalon district is very important and critical because you need a long-term constructive and creative engagement by the stakeholders. And the stakeholders should get some benefits out of it. You know, when we work with communities, they demand some benefits, which could be short-term benefits. So one thing is that if your goal is also matching with their aspirations, that there would be immediate improvement in their quality of lives, there would be local capacity building, there would be creation of FPOs, there would be Ganga districts where there will be a lot of job opportunities. So there's a real.
So that is the real thing, na? Like for example, as an academician, as an expert, as a scientist, what role you could play? Because there will be diverse interests. Everybody will be looking at it. So as an expert, as a motivator or whatever, how could you turn around that? And I'll come back to the DM again after you are finished.
Right. So the first thing that we saw, the real obstacle, especially working with smaller rivers and streams in the lower Ganga basin, is that most of the tributaries have been encroached by farmers. Like they do.
Problems we know. The problems we know. How could you bring in that change? That is what is more important for us to move forward. The problems, I'm sure, I agree with you. These are the problems. The question is, how do you bring in a change?
First of all,
the way
sir,
the systems are.
if you work at the village level, you need to have a strong leadership base. There has to be a local leader who is known by his ethics.
So can we play a role in developing that leadership?
I think
either it exists or it doesn't exist. Okay, if it doesn't exist, can we create? Is it possible to create? Either we as an expert or the way DM was saying, can we play a role in changing the people?
I think when you mention about the engagement component, one of the components that you mentioned in the beginning, principal component and the enabling component and the engagement component. Currently, we are not having a long-term, deeper engagement that could bring about behavioral change among the people. So we work on a ad hoc based, short-term scale engagement, which is a very 1 month, or maybe Manrega people, they have stake because they get money out of the labor. But actually, they are working on land and water. So if you kind of reinvent the wheel and say that Manrega, the most of the bulk of Manrega job is for river restoration. 68% of Manrega job is basically trying to restore the smaller rivers. Now here, what is missing is that the people, they do not have a manual or what to do, how to do, where to do, and from where the finance will come. So these are the things where we need to work through the district level Ganga committee. There's a district level Ganga committee and district magistrate is the chairperson.
So you as an expert, do you think that the existing framework of Manrega, because in your earlier this thing you have mentioned that we want to propose something, you know it, what to do, how to do, and those kind of things. Yet there are challenges in getting that accepted for various reasons, be it influential, high cost DPRs and the people who are advocating that. So any this thing on that based on your experience, how can we? Is there any hope to bring in a change, because that will continue? So what is the strategy that we can adopt to bring about that change?
So I think there is a huge scope in restoring these smaller tributaries, especially which are plain fed, which are not getting any water from the snow melt, like the peninsular rivers and the plain fed rivers, groundwater fed rivers, which are not in a good shape. And that can be done through district level committee, where some empowerment is given to the land revenue department, some resources.
So do you think that the examples that we have that will bring in some kind of revolution and large scale replication of these efforts? And where is that additional or incremental additional input that has to come from our side is missing, and we can plug in that?
So one bottleneck is that the irrigation department and the minor irrigation department, they are not working on a knowledge-based, output-centric framework. Like the restoration, whatever restoration that you see, if you revisit after 3 years, we are again back to square one. So most of the restoration efforts are done on a reach scale, on a smaller watershed, because the water is a state subject and there are jurisdiction issues also between two districts. So if the district Ganga level committee could talk to the other districts, and the land revenue department can play a big role in mapping the actual the land records and getting the land back in the name of the river. Right now, one of the problems that we encountered in our area was that nobody was owning the river. Like land revenue department said that this land doesn't belong to them, and the irrigation department also.
I think you have very quickly said that. Maybe I would like to go to Priyanka again and with questions like you just heard Professor Venkatesh Datta. These are the real issues that we face. And the second thing that I have is like you as a DM, you are busy with so many other things. So how could you find time to give priority to this, and why is it not possible or happening at a speed in other districts also? Can you reflect on that?
Actually, you rightly said that we are busy with all the stuff, so we have to make our priority. Everyone has their priority. They want to do work in which area. So I think water conservation is my favorite area. So I am continuously working on it. And in reference to river rejuvenation, I can share with my experience that there's already a methodology. Just you have to motivate the officers and local level panchayats and stakeholders. So, like we have 47 pradhans ko we involved, and hamare irrigation and minor irrigation, we have to take the help of these technical department, because you have to excavate the route of river. So you have to identify कि उसका जो initial route था वो what was that, because जैसा कि आपने कहा कि farmers will object कि उनके खेत से नहीं खोदेंगे. So with the help of revenue officials, we demarcate the land कि what is the land of river. तो जहां से जहां तक वो जाती है, then they used to demarcate the river. Okay, this is river land. Second, then irrigation department जो है वो पूरा L section, and with the help of technical know-how they make the estimate कि इतना आपका मनरेगा का estimate बनाते हैं. And मनरेगा में there is no dearth of finance.
Yes, I think you have probably understood the methodology. I can guess that because in the interest of time, you are probably not in a position to elaborate, but I have got the gist, unless until you probably would have gone through all those kind of things, which very briefly you have read it. My last question to you uh, uh, is it that we have to kind of wait for DMs of your kind to come, or having a high priority, or in the existing system, it would probably, with the kind of emphasis given by the Prime Minister and the acknowledgement that he has done, you think there will be change, or any thing that you can say from your side for other DMs, why it is important and why it will give them, the rewards if they do nature conservation or river conservation on a priority in their district?
Actually, I just point out some points. Ki first, we have to make a detailed database of local rivers. If we have detailed database, so we don't have to spend our time ki which are the local water resources in my district. Every district should have a local river names and tehsil wise.
That is what is my concern is. Most of the DMs when I approach, they don't find it very interesting, because it doesn't give them reward. So how will you kind of give message to your colleagues that yes, this will also give you rewards for doing what you are doing, as you get rewards in other areas when you work? Because most of the time, as I just could see in the last 10 minutes as well, you have to attend to certain priorities, and it's very much understandable, and I appreciate that. Okay, and this is what all the time I was also saying, if you give DMs to this responsibility also, where they will hardly be able to spend any time. But you have shown with examples, so that gives me hope. Yes, DMs can do it.
I will say that we only can do it, because you have to bring everyone on same platform. So इन एक्चुअली जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल कार्य योजना बनती है उसमें पूरा ईयर के वर्क का डेटा होता है. सो इफ एवरी डिस्ट्रिक्ट विल फाइंड, आप एक डेटाबेस बना दोगे कि दीज आर द लोकल रिवर एंड एवरी डिस्ट्रिक्ट विल पुट द रेस्टोरेशन ऑफ दोज रिवर इन देयर.
So the last question to you from my side is, will you be able to, or are you progressing on that, convincing the state leadership that yes, it spreads like anything in the entire state, and UP will be very different so far as the rivers and water bodies is concerned? Is this taken up by the leadership?
Many districts are doing this river restoration, and they are identifying the local rivers. The main thing, we are already having Paryavaran Samitis in each Gram Panchayat. So first thing I can suggest ki we can put a specialist at district level, because initially I told you कि we have two problem with these local level. First is extinct हो जाते हैं यार, उनका loss जो root है वो lost हो जाता है, and second is contamination of water. तो जो first problem है, district administration can easily do with the first problem, but जो second है contamination of water.